Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, thank you very much. All right, so not quite the same day as yesterday. The SPY is it's a little bit down. After yesterday's monster gap up. Actually faded though. There was the high yesterday to the SPY and it actually closed down here. Still up a lot for the day, but nonetheless, there was a fade and it looks like it's going to continue a little bit today. I have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. So let's take a look at some of the movers today. So Beyond Meat just got absolutely crushed on earnings. Look at Beyond Meat, BYND. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Now I actually have just a second here, there we go. So look at that 15-minute chart. So that mauve area right here is the after hour action for BYND. Look at the gap, huge gap down. And it's kind of holding that low. I mean, it's a little bit above it, but just devastated. And it's through the 200-day moving average. There's that 200-day moving average right there, 125, and it gapped all the way down through it. So, look out for Beyond Meat. Mogo. So we have a few little earnings plays also. Mogo is one of them. Low float, 18 million in the float. Starting to pull back a little bit, very erratic pre-market. I don't really believe these topping tails and bottoming tails, but I mean, it's still up 13%, but the way it's looking, it might just fade back to the close. WISA, WISI is another one. WISI, another small earnings play. This is holding a little bit better. Again, erratic, topping tails, bottoming tails in the pre-market. Big gap up though. Just look at that daily chart. And it has a lot of room. Another low float, 7 million in the float. Meds is gapped up. Something on Amazon, that was in the press release, so of course that's going to catch everybody's attention. Look at this gap up through the 200-day moving average. There's another crazy low float, 3 million in the float. It's already traded the float. 4.4 million have traded. The float's only 3 million. So again, wait to see what happens when this market opens. This is not shortable for me, so there's no way I can do that, but let's just wait and see what happens to this one once this market opens. Looks like the bloom is off the cannabis plays. ACB is a big gap down. Tilray, also TLRY, is an earnings play. Whoops, TLRY, an earnings play. And it is gapped down also. Another earnings play. This was a real wild one for a while. And again, looks like the wind out of its sails. Look at JMIA, another earnings play. Remember playing this one all the way up to here. But this is a gap down now. Where's that 200-day? The 200-day is still down there, but that's a big gap down for JMIA on earnings. Yalla, YALA is also an earnings play. Another gap down, kind of basing here now. Another low float, 15.9 million in the float. Now this one is one who got really beaten up yesterday. He's trying to recover a little bit here. ARCT. There is a 200-day moving average, 36.96, so it's a little bit above it. Of note, Raymond James is continuing to be very bullish on this stock and has put a $73 to $75 price target on it. So obviously a pretty aggressive price target for a stock that's sitting at 37. GTEC. I think this is really faded though. Yeah, it's starting to come back, but something to do with lithium batteries for drivetrains for forklifts. Kind of the headline that I read on it. So it's kind of I call this an EV play. So it did gap up and it's another low float, 2 million in the float. It's already doubled the float. It's going to trade the float. Let's say I would say this is probably going to trade the float maybe 10 times a day, if not more. So there it is, $5, but it did pull back a lot. Another one that is not shortable for me. Gilt, small one, GILT. GILT is another earnings play, small little earnings play. And it has gapped down Glop, I love this name, Glop. Another little earnings play. We're getting a lot of these little earnings plays now. Glop, this is a huge gap down. I mean, look at this. I mean, looks like its all-time low is right down here around 150. So that is shortable for me. NCLH actually is an earnings play and not doing badly. Well, it was. I see these right here, but it's starting to, well, in fact, it's now gone negative. At one point, this was positive. So it's actually gone negative. Of course, it's a cruiser. I was relatively impressed by how well it held over the 200-day yesterday, because I looked at CCL this morning. Yeah, but it's gapping down now too. See, these were up. You know, when I was doing my pre-market work, looked like it was pretty steady, but now they're gapping up. So it's actually negative. So even though I have is at a gap up, it's not anymore. Here's one, could be interesting, Corsair. And this is actually an earnings play. This is its first earnings release. There was its IPO right here. So Corsair is kind of interesting. Earnings play. UAVS. A little bit of news on this one. This is a drone play. But again, you know, there's the pop-up, 269 down to 241. It's not really a low float either. Something to do with it invited to some kind of a Kansas City testing of drones, or Kansas State. I just can kind of really gloss over these headlines. Don't have time to really delve into them. Here's another one that, I mean, it looked really interesting, but I think it's just starting to fade. Yeah, HCDI had a nice pop after hours yesterday. I mean, it's still holding the gap a little bit. Low float, 2.6 million in the float. Something about Lennar, home builder, buying 66 lots. So you know, Stock Doctor, I mean, it's hard. This is pre-market actives up and down. Part of the layouts, I mean, I don't know how big your monitor is. So I'm sorry about the resolution issue for you, but you can have the layout. The layout has the pre-market actives. If you just go up here, you'll see test drive. If you go up to this section up here, there is a test drive layout for everybody. I'll copy it and put it in the room. Give me a second here. So here's the layout, as I mentioned yesterday. There's the layout. Here's the layout. So that layout is essentially what you're seeing here, okay? I mean, I'll get rid of these too. You do have them though. All you have to do is, they're probably minimized. All you have to do is pop them up. Okay, so Eric, this is what I would do though. I mean, you can do it from the channel bar. You click on New, Channel Bar, and then the Omni. Okay, where it is, Omni AI. That has all three of them. I wouldn't do it that way, because that means you have to be on that channel. You know, and the minute you go to another channel, you'll lose it. So what I would do to follow all three is I would go from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. It's blank right now. You know, we just have to wait for the alerts to happen. Then you can incorporate this as part of your layout. Instead of having to go to the channel to do it, you know, this is really all you want to see. You want to see the alerts as they come in all day. So again, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The Trades window. Yeah, so I had a question in the YouTube feed, the differences between the AIs. Okay, in a nutshell, and this is getting revamped, but in a nutshell, the Holly Grail, it was the original, a little more, probably more conservative, if you will. Holly 2.0, a little more aggressive, and Holly Nil, the most aggressive. Personally, I don't really care. Okay? I don't care where the alerts come from. You know, my recommendation is just have the strategy trades hall, wait for them to come in, and who really cares where they come from? And then the second part of the question was, how do you trade them? That's up to you. I mean, you know, you're going to have an entry price, a real-time entry price when you get the alert. You'll have a stop, and then, you know, I mean, it's up to you to trade them. You know, I can't. There's no right or wrong way. You know, I don't auto trade. I don't take a trade immediately. I like to see it. You know what's happening in the market. I want to see what's happening in terms of support and resistance. So there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Yes, I will. Just give me a moment here. So Jay Chicago, this is for you. This is how to create what we call a symbol list, okay? It's the same as a watch list, okay? And then it'll show you how to create it and then how you attach it to a top list window or an alert window so that you can monitor it. Now also, if you're new, if you are new, you're either taking the test drive, if you're taking the test drive, or you're really new to Trade Ideas, you have a subscription. These 20 short lessons I think are invaluable. They cover all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? How to create them? You know, just some of the very, very basic. So this one just popped up. I see DBVT. DBVT is another, that's actually not a low float, 109 million in the float. So this is what I do. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have for today. I didn't do it yesterday, didn't have time. And let me see, briefing.com, there you are. Wow. Well, I have a few of each, but more upgrades. So let me get a few of them in. All right, I'm going to get a few of these upgrades in, and then I'll get the downgrades in. Trying to see if there's some kind of a trend that I can, you know, in a certain sector. Certainly are a lot of upgrades this morning. I looked at Zoom, ZM, it's not an upgrade, but man, oh man, in 15 trading days, basically got cut by 33%, almost 600 down to 400. Yeah, who's giving an upgrade to INO, Roth Capital. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. And if you're wondering what they're all about, it's just analysts giving their opinions about where they think a stock may or may not be heading. Okay, I do see a couple of downgrades for MRTX. I have to see, it's kind of what I look for also. I want to see if there are multiple downgrades for a single stock from different analysts. So MRTX has a couple of downgrades this morning. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, listen, as Real is pointing out, before you start to use your money, paper trade it. That's why we have the simulator here. You should not be. I mean, if this is only your second day, I would not be committing money to the market. I would paper trade it first. We have a great simulator. It's easy to use. Yeah, somebody mentioned about AHT. So it looks like all of these REITs that went crazy yesterday. I don't know all of them, but I mean, AHT looks like they could be fade. This is not shortable for me. HT. Let me take a look at HT. This was actually an earnings play on top of it. Yeah, now this is shortable. I mean, it's not horrible. I mean, it's down 36 cents, 4%, not very much volume, so it's hard to really know what's going to happen. No, this is just, as I said, Doctor, this is just analysts, their ideas, their opinions of where they think a stock might be going. It's of interest to some. It's of no interest to others. I do it every day. It's sometimes interesting to see when a stock has multiple downgrades. I've been doing it for years. Yeah, so MRTX is a really expensive one. But when you say adding more stock to the lists, I mean, I just explained it. It's just opinions where analysts think that stocks are going. I've been doing it for years. Well, I don't know if you can see I mean, I put it up here, upgrades and downgrades. It's nothing to do with the software, okay? This is nothing to do with the software. This is just information, okay? Some people like to see the upgrades and downgrades. If you don't, that's fine. It's just information. Sometimes, some people might have a position in a stock, and they go, oh, okay, got an upgrade, oh, got a downgrade. Okay, you know what? I don't think you can see it's hard because if you can't see, you're saying you have a resolution problem. It's very hard for me. I have my pre-market actives. I have my pre-market actives up and down. The pre-market. Okay, well, all we're doing right now is looking at stocks that have maybe the potential to move during the day. That's all we're doing. Once the market opens, we'll have to see what happens. There's a pattern right now I can see on the airlines. Airlines are weakening after yesterday's euphoria for a while. Briefing.com, KK. It's a free service. Briefing.com. The reason I use it is because they send it to my email about 10 after 9 every morning. So, I mean, there are probably way more upgrades and downgrades out there, but it's just easy enough. Well, it's not a class, Stock Doctor, exactly. I mean, I'm demonstrating how you can, I have my layout. We have alerts, how you trade them. This is not a class on trading, like how to trade an alert that comes in here. Okay? These are things that I like to see during the day. The class, if you will, if you look at the 20 short lessons, explaining what a top list is, what an alert window is, how you create them. I mean, those are, just going over some of the basic features. We demonstrate what the AI is going to be doing. Just looking to see if anything else is coming in here. Be interesting to see what Beyond Meat does. You see what it got to yesterday, actually. Look what it got to yesterday. Right at that 20-day low, and then, man, earnings happen after hours. Kersplat. Well, how am I using the software? I create I personally, that's the layout that I'm giving to you. This is the layout that I use, okay? You know, it doesn't mean that everybody has a different style of trading. I'm more of a momentum trader. So I like to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. And then when I see them, see what sort of pattern it's coming from, see how much room they have on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, see if they, if they still have room to run in theory. So that's how I use, my setup. Everybody is different though. I mean, some people hate that. They only want to play pullbacks as an example. They think it's crazy to chase a stock that's moving higher. And that's fine. So there's no... that one I don't know, BK Kev, in terms of popular stocks have been beaten. I don't know about that in terms of a site. What you might want to take a look at is, I have one of my scans, if you can find it right there, the scans, if you click on the scans tab, and where is it? You might, oops, not that one. Just gotta find it here. So you might want to take a look at the gap continuation or reverse, okay? If you can see this, just click on that link right there, and then load it, because it's exactly what it's designed to do: gap continuation or reverse. So a reversal, for instance, a stock that really gaps down and then reverses during the day, as an example, or the inverse, a stock that gaps up and then reverses, or the continuation. A stock that gaps up and keeps going up, or a stock that gaps down and keeps going down. So there are four alert windows in this multi-strategy window, but you might want to pay attention more to the ones that gap down and then reverse. Whether they're the popular stocks, I of course I can't tell ahead of time. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two. I'm also going to watch Hog today. Hog, it did trigger yesterday, so technically, the trigger has happened at 33.95, the trade of the week. But, as I said yesterday, I wouldn't chase it right off the bat. And then it pulled back, so I want to see if it takes that 33.95 again. So that Meds is not holding its gap. It's really starting to sink now. Still at 44%. Still a lot of volume. It has already traded the float, but it's really sinking here. But again, it's one of those things. You just never know. The market opens, maybe it stabilizes, and maybe, look at that float, 3 million in the float. The other one I forgot to mention was the BNTX. The BNTX, of course, is the partner with Pfizer in this. Also had earnings. So they still gapped up. And the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So maybe I'll take a trade today. I don't know. I didn't take any trades yesterday. Too busy answering questions, which is absolutely fine. It's not indicators, Aussie boy. It's just looking at the charts, the daily and the weekly and the monthly. The question was, what indicators do I use to see if a stock still has room? It's just the eyeball test. When we get an alert, first thing, that's why I have these higher time frames, to see if the stock still has, if there's any resistance on the charts. All right, we are now open. So I have to wait to see what sort of alerts we get. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:35. I think yesterday we had nothing until about 10. You'll see nothing in these two. You want to follow along that watch list. If you don't load my layout, then you can follow along from the channel bar, new channel bar, and my watch list. You'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, let's see. So we've got KNDI. So this was actually an earnings play yesterday, pre-market play yesterday. Gap down and continues, KNDI. This is the one that I thought might have a chance to follow the other EVs, but had earnings and just got thumped. INO is up. INO is up. It had an upgrade this morning. I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Well, for the INO, Torps, is that okay? Thank you. Sorry, not for INO, for Candy. Okay, thank you. Okay, so GTEC is now making a high here. All right, but there's the pre-market high way up here, 514. Lots of volume coming in. I mean, look at that float, 2 million in the float. I said it might trade the float 10 times. It probably is going to trade it way more. Alt is actually an earnings play also. ALT is an earnings play. But look at this first 5 minute topping tail, bottoming tail. Things can be very unsettled in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I probably would just hold off for at least 15. Will you miss something that runs up and keeps running? Yes, you will. Well, Tilray continues down here. Ooh, look at this. Look at this immediately. This is an earnings play, and it's going to challenge the 200-day moving average right there, 832. It's going to challenge it right there. And ACB, so the bloom is off right now anyway. The cannabis plays. There's the indicator. I mean, it popped way up here. It sold off, so it closed down here. And now they're selling off again, MJ. Okay, Stock Doctor, maybe I'm getting alerts here. Okay, so I see CGC. It's just made a new low. Does it mean I'm going to take the trade right away? No, but now it's of interest because it was an earnings play yesterday. The marijuana, the cannabis plays are getting beaten up. So it's something that could be interesting. Okay, that's it. Nothing more. I don't know how else I can explain this. Oxy is an earnings play. It's moving down. I've already said I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of like to see what happens, let things settle down a little bit, maybe get a better direction, see what the market's doing. Okay, I mean, that's all I can say. How I'm using it, I create my own layout. Well, I don't know. Can you not see my screen? This is I don't know. If you can't see my screen, I'm not sure what to say. I mean, here are the alerts coming in. So I click on it. I get an alert up here. I click on it. I mean, it's that simple. Okay, well, I'm not sure how else I get a new alert. I have a sound alert. I know exactly when it happened, so I click on it. See if it looks interesting. Okay, so we've got a couple of, now I'm not a huge fan of the early AI alerts, but there they are. Candy could be interesting. I mean, so they did a financing. Somebody said they did a financing. So, and they had their earnings yesterday. So obviously not great. Now nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I have a delay on them on purpose. Again. Okay, so Hog just triggered again, guys. Hog just triggered again, the trade of the week. HOG just triggered again, right back up here. So the Dreamer, as you said, why don't I just take that? I'll take it and see what happens, as the trade of the week. Do it. Okay. Let's take, what's the spread like? Nah, it's not terrible. I'll take 300 shares, buy it at the market. Okay, and my stop is the rising 200-day moving average right there. That's that blue line. So I'll have to pay attention to that. 31.50 is the stop. It's not the newest version. Now, you may not have, I think what's happening is you have it on Grail. So it's the latest, yeah, you're running 4.2.413. I think that you should have the latest version, but what you should do, if you have this up right now, just if you have this window up and you're not seeing anything, then just right click on it and click on segments and click all if you have this up. Afterwards, you should download the later version of Trade Ideas because it now defaults to having them all. So do you have this window, the strategy trades window? Okay, so you have, and it says all. Did you close down Trade Ideas last night? You should always, you did, and you opened it this, and you don't have these. Do me a favor, and I mean, I don't know why that's in, but why that's happening. Maybe just do a reset for your connection or close this down and bring it back up, reload it. Okay, I have no explanation. If it 100% it says all there, then I don't know why you're not getting them. Meanwhile, GTEC is ramping up. So there you go, guys. I mean, it was holding here, and now it's starting to ramp up. There's the pre-market high, 512. Lots and lots of volume coming in. I'm going to be way low. Remember I said maybe 10 times the float? I'm going to be way low. Yeah, there is, I mean, the news is, it's an EV play, as they call it, electric vehicle play, lithium batteries to drive forklifts. That was sort of the headline. So, they did have some news. Okay, that Bob. Sure, if you're in a trade right now, before you get into a trade, you should always know where your stop loss is, okay? Where you're going to. So if I click on GTEC, I mean, now would I buy this right now? Probably not. I mean, it looks like a little bit extended, but just for the purposes of showing you how to do it. So let's just say I want to buy 200 shares of it, and I'll buy it at the market. And it should show up. There it is. Now, at this point, again, you should know where your stop is before, of course, but I'm going to put a stop down here, way down here, the 5 minutes. So that's a very, very wide stop, but this is how you can mechanically do it. Right click, add the stop order. Let me put it at 4. Okay, and then add it. And so now you'll see it right on the screen. Okay, right on the screen. So if it goes down to 4, I'll be at $83 in the simulator. I can also put a target. Add the target order. So all I'm doing is I'm just right clicking on the symbol, and now I can add a target if I want. Let's just put $5. So now you will see right on the screen. Yeah, the problem is, $5 is up here, but you'll see it on the monthly chart. So there's a line right there, the $5, so 117. So if it goes up to $5, I'll make 117. Goes down to 4, I lose 83. Okay? Now you can move these lines on the chart. If it starts working, you can use this kind of like what we call a trailing stop. Start moving the stop up. All right. Also, if it starts approaching your target, you can move that. Like, why would you get out of a stock that's working well? So this is not a bad alert so far from the AI on the Candy Short, KNDI. It's 4%. Boy, this KNDI, there may be some support here. The low is 615. Next low looking left. This takes out 6. Just watching this to see if it takes out 6. KNDI. So you see what has happened. You have a real-time alert. Did you have to take it right at 6:35? No. You could wait a little bit just to see how it's trading. There's the stop. There's, of course, the last price. How to trade it, that's up to you. Meanwhile, now, these are hotkeys, okay? So I can get out of these trades at any time. If I want to get out of, say, this GTEC trade, let me just do something here on my other screen. So if I want to get out of a trade, all I have to do is flatten. Okay, that's getting out of a trade. I just highlight the trade and I flatten it. If I want to get out of half it, I click on half. Or I could double my trade if I love the position and it's makes sense for me to double. I can do it. So these are hotkeys. You can also, or just manually do it. So on HOG, if I wanted to trade out, 100 shares, I would just type 100 in here. Whoops, 100 in here and sell. Okay, sell it. So I'd really encourage you, before you commit money to the market, I'll say this, if you come into this room all the time, you'll hear me say this all the time, use our simulator. All you have to do is from that Brokerage Plus where it says Live and Sim, just click on Sim and the Brokerage Plus window will open up and then you can practice trading. So now, if I wanted to take this trade, if it broke down through 6, I can use our price alert window. All I have to do, let me get a 5-minute chart. All I have to do is right click and create a price alert. Now, I could do it this way. I could move it down right there. Okay, so you see how I've moved the mouse just underneath? So if I wanted to be alerted when it hits 598, right click and create the price alert. If I want to put a note in, that's fine. I rarely put a note in, save it. So there it is. So if it hits 598, see that blue line there? So if it hits 598, that blue line is going to turn green. My price alert window will pop up on my screen. Here's my price alert window. So if it'll pop up on my screen, I'll have an audible alert on it. I put a sound alert on this window. So I cannot miss it. Okay, so yeah, you don't have the latest version then. Please download the latest version of Trade Ideas. It'll have that. I mean, if you want right now, all you have to do is, click on New. Oh, now you do have, you're using the app, right? Oh yeah, you say that. Okay. Because you can't have Brokerage Plus unless you're using the app. Yeah, so what you've done is the old way of just literally connecting right here, which is fine. What I would do is once the market closes, you can download the latest version of Trade Ideas, which has that. Yeah, that's not the version that has it. Yeah, it's not going to happen. A version for the Mac is just not going to happen. Sorry. So if you click on my homepage link, so Soda Josh, if you click on my homepage link, and then where it says download the software, click on download the software, and yeah, this is right here. This is the latest version 1.182, okay? And that'll have that option up here. Now, widen this window at the bottom. When you say this window, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. I see the image that you put in there, but I'm still not sure what you mean. There's nothing I can do on my end. If you're talking about... You cannot see what's under sell and buy. I'm not quite sure. I mean, you can drag this. I mean, if it's on your screen, you can drag this down. I'm not sure exactly how I can help you. I mean, you can drag it down and maybe that'll help, though I don't see why, even if if I move this up, I can still see it. I'm not sure why that's happening on your end. Okay, if all you want to do is hear me and see my screen without a lot of interaction with other traders, YouTube is fine. There's just more action in this room with other traders. Okay, when I say this room that you're looking at, the YouTube feed is fine if you just want to hear me and watch my screen. I mean, you can make some posts, but it's just that there are just way more action in this, what I call this, the trading room. But it's up to you. So again, Cyberk, I tried to answer your question. If you can hear me, how to use them is up to you. Okay. I mean, all I can say is that, in my opinion, you should, never mind, just click on New and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? And, well, the basic functionality, I mean, I can't tell you how to trade them. You know, you have an entry, you have a stop, now it's up to you. Oh. Okay, so guys, you notice, remember what I said about, so it just took me out of the, when you say you don't know where, so you don't know where to look for the alert. So can you see my screen? This is what I would do, all right? Can you hear me? Yeah, you're only going to hear me, Jesse. There are no other speakers. Imagine if we had 400 people talking at the time. Okay. Can you not see this? Can you not see that, my window? It's called Strategy Trades All. Just load this one and then you'll see the alerts as they come in. So when you say where to look for the alerts, here they are. It's not the channel. Click on, from the toolbar, click on New. Okay, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you can see my screen, then again, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Now you'll see the alerts as they come in. So are you talking about this, Stock Doctor? How do you attach this? Okay, so there is right here, if you find the gear, if you can see my screen, and right there's a gear icon. Okay, and beside the color palette, there is an option that says Detach Chat. Okay, right beside the color palette, Detach Chat. So now you can have it floating wherever you want. So Griffin, what happens is, once the market closes, the AI gets to work. So I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube feed at the same time. I will answer your question, Cyber K. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on what we call an optimization routine. And we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized. And so that's what happened last night. And these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. They had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Okay? Now, just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean an alert will be generated from it. And again, as I always say, personally, I really don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about are what are the alerts that we get from them. Meanwhile, my goodness, GTEC. So this is what I was trying to say, but obviously I got not distracted, but answering a question. Remember what I was saying? I put a price target of 5 on this right up here. But remember what I said? I said, listen, I mean, if this trade starts working well, why would I get out at 5? I would start to move that line up. Okay, and then that's exactly what I would have done. Okay? Because why would I get out of a stock that is doing this? You know, just because I put some kind of a, what I would call an artificial price target of 5 on it. So when you say, I can't see yesterday's trades, there is no date field. Well, are you talking about in this window here? In the AI strategy trades all window? Or are you talking about in this brokerage plus window? Ah, okay. Well, if you didn't close out your trade, then it's going to carry over. Okay, eventually, unfortunately, it's just not, it's not ready yet. Maybe by next week. You notice I have a calendar tab, and that's when you're going to be able to see all your past trades. It just wasn't available. It's just, you know, it's been worked on for a while. It's just, unfortunately, it's just not ready for this week. Maybe by next week. Okay. Now you don't. When you click on the calendar tab, you won't see anything. Meanwhile, look at Chef here. Chef, I think, was this an earnings play? No, it was no, CHS was, or something else that looks like Chef was an earnings play today. Yeah, it's not available yet. Exactly. It's not available yet. Calendar feature is not available yet. I'm going to exit out so I don't want to confuse people till it's available. But that'll allow you to then really check all your past trades. So how did this perform? So 479 at 9:45, 479 on the alert, and it got up to 592. Pretty good. I mean, it's pulled back now, but what did Meds do? 649. Yeah, I really did nothing. Didn't like this one. I did not like the way this was just fading in the pre-market. And what did WISA do? 317. So this is not too bad, guys. WISA is not too bad. Holding, it's an earnings play, super low float. It's going to trade the float multiple times. It's already 4 times now, just about 4 times now. How did you try to place the orders, CyberK? You can right click, trade. Have you watched this video? Or are you trying to auto trade them? Are you trying to auto trade them? So you created your, no. Well, if you click on the alert, I'm not sure how you're trying to trade it. You know, did you set these up? Well, okay. First of all, I mean, just to trade the AI alerts. So you're using the pre-market. Are you using the what I guess are the defaults that are here? I mean, these are the ones that I've set up, but Okay, so one of the reasons can be, I'm not saying it is for sure. See, if a stock is moving quickly, let me just show you what I mean here. So when you look at it depends how those were set up. I mean, I must admit I don't know how they were set up, but I want to show you something. When you see this limit offset, so when you click on that strategy to see what the limit offset is, if it's like 2 cents, you may not get a fill because the stock might be moving too quickly. Even though you're trying to trade it and you want to trade it at say 613. Now this has settled down a little bit. I could probably trade this one even with a 2 cent offset. But sometimes the stock is moving so quickly. What the offset is saying is that, okay, take the trade, and when I'm placing it, I will, I may not be able to get it right. If the stock is moving really quickly, I may not be able to get it right where I want it. So how far outside am I willing to go? 2 cents is pretty tight. I mean, so that stock you're trying to get at 635, by the time you place the order, it might be at 632, which is 3 cents outside. So it's not going to it's not going to take the trade. Well, guys, so far this trade of the week is working pretty well. I mean, yeah, it triggered yesterday, but my recommendation was don't take it right off the bat. I mean, that was a massive gap up. Wait for a pullback. It pulled back below the price, and there it is, 33.96. So it's working pretty well right now. It's probably due to the offset, Cyber K. Okay, Amazon. Let me see Amazon. Well, there it is. I mean, there is the 200-day, or sorry, the 20. There is the SMA 20 right there. I mean, you just have to get the crosshairs up, so it's about 3,200. It's about 3,200. Only if you choose it to be automatic is it automatic, Cyber K. So, I mean, if you're talking about taking it automatically, then you have to go that tab there, Holly off, and you turn them all on. If you turn them on automatic, then all of that is going to, okay, so can you see the Holly off? Can you see the Holly tab in Brokerage Plus? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so if you enable them, if they're all on, then they're going to trade them automatically. But just like I was saying, if you look at the offset that I've got here as a default, if you want to, make sure you get a trade, you would probably have to get outside 2 cents. Okay, and then you can also, all right, well, but you have to check the offset in each strategy. Yeah, the exit is the rising 20 SMA. I believe you do. Let me just check. I mean, it's a good exercise to go through. Okay, but maybe not. If you just go edit, yeah, okay. So you can edit all at once. So if you just click on edit long trading instructions, and you want to keep it, for every one of those long trades, whatever dollar amount you're willing to risk, change the offset to whatever you want. Okay? Yeah, the only way, there's only one. There's only moderate. I would keep it on moderate, okay? I would keep it on moderate. So, I mean, you can keep it on conservative. That's going to get you out of the trade exactly when the AI gets out. Exactly. Exactly, CyberK. And I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. I've got two feeds going here, guys. So, I mean, this is what I would do. Okay, so what I did was I'm going to commit $100 a trade, and with an offset, I think I put six cents. So we'll see what happens. So so the hog, yeah. So hog, it is the rising. So the question was, does the trade of the week have a stop? And yes, it does. The stop is the rising 20 SMA, or the 20 SMA on the daily chart. So it's going to keep rising. If the price keeps going up, this blue line, you can put the blue line right in your chart, the 20 SMA, and so it's going to keep rising. And so you could be in a nice profitable position. It could rise and it could drop down. You could still be profitable, but then you'd be out of the trade. So Soda Josh, did I answer your question about Amazon? When you say an exact, I mean you're not going to get. I mean this will be an eyeball, but I mean it's pretty close, $3,200. I mean whether it's 3,257 cents, does that really matter? Meanwhile, the cruiser are just cruising down. CCL, my guess is that NCLH is also moving down. It's an earnings play. See what it does. See if it can really challenge that 200-day moving average. I'm still kind of waiting on the candy. I want to see if it can take out 6. Basing a lot here, just over 6. KNDI. All right, so this is now, this did not follow through. The WISA did not follow through. I mean, not a, quick trade, 317, got all the way up to 340, nice percentage move, just not following through. And the glue, now this could be interesting. So this was November 5th, had earnings, and this has room underneath. Let me take this short. Let's see. I'm a little late. I wish I'd seen this. I mean, obviously, if I'm concentrating on my watch list and other things, I can, get better entries. I think I don't want to chase this one down, but glue does look weak. GLUU. Yeah, if you have all the AI alerts will get out at the end of the day. So the question was, what happens to the AI if you take the AI alerts in auto trading fashion? They will close out by the end of the day. Doesn't mean you have to. You know, the question we get a lot. I mean, is the AI only good for swing trade or for day trading? Well, I mean, it's up to you. If a trade is still working well by the end of the day and you want to keep it, it's up to you. You know, my whole thing about swing trading. Yeah, let me bring this out. I haven't brought this out for a while. These are what I call my 4 rules for swing trading. They don't have to be your 4 rules. Where are you? Okay, I'll have to find it up here. I haven't brought this out for a while. So you can access this from the Room Drive icon right here. If you click on the Room Drive icon, Room Drive, and then My 4 Rules for Swing Trading. Oh, again, these are the, if I'm not a big swing trader, but I mean this is what I do. So when I click, that's why people ask me, well, why do you, if you are mainly a day trader, intraday trader, why do you have these daily, weekly, and monthly charts? Because when I click on an alert, it's already at the high of the day. So my next step is, okay, it's at the high of the day. Look at our RLJ. I mean, this looks, if you look left on this weekly chart, looks like it has some room still to move if it wants to. Also on the monthly chart. So that's why I'm looking at the higher time frames, okay, to see what sort of room it has. For me, room, for instance, if all this were just sitting above this price, to me, that could block it from moving higher, chart resistance. So I like to take that equation out of or one reason why a stock may not move up is because of chart resistance. So I like to take that out of the equation. I mean, there are other reasons why it's not going to keep going, but I like to take that out of the equation. So that's why I check the daily, weekly chart for a large gap. So I mean, this is obviously a a pretty dramatic one, but there it is. There's a daily chart for this one. I mean, look at the potential gap to fill. I look to see where the 200-day moving average is. If it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate still. The other thing I do is I never, ever, ever hold a stock through earnings. Never. It's my personal rule. So I'll check to see when a stock has earnings. And then if a stock closes near the high of the day, if all these three, if I can go check, 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 and then the stock closes near the high of the day, it becomes a swing candidate for me. Okay? So those are my rules. Don't have to be your rules. Richard, for tech support, not Barry. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Yeah, if you can see the Room Drive icon, okay, just click on it, and then when it says My 4 Rules for Swing Trading, if you download, it'll go to a Word document, then you'll have it. Okay? Another look at this one, 20 million in the float. Another earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. As real, I'm sure. Well, I saw this one here. I see real gave some kind of an explanation, a little pullback, pop, lots of volume, fairly low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, you know what, Cyber? Okay, why don't you come into the other room? Okay, it's a lot easier for me. I don't have access to that folder. I can put it back up, and you can take a screenshot, or you can come into the what I call the other trading room. Okay, and it's a lot easier for me to dole out those. Yeah, I'm just going to put the link in here, right here. Okay. Other than the other than that, the Traders Vault and the ones that I am sharing, no. I mean, we don't have like a big central repository of the thousands of customers that we have with all their scans. It'd be crazy. Real? Here you go. There you go. Your namesake. On the move. Earnings play. Do it. So when you say where do you go to search a symbol, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. We don't have a company search. So if you type in a company name and then you'll see this, you'll see the symbol. We don't have that if that's what you mean. That's something that we're looking at doing, adding earning like an earnings flag. It's been talked about for a while. Right now there is no way, Jim J. So the question was okay. The question was, can we see past earning dates on the charts? And it's something that we've. When I say we've, I mean the developers have kicked around. Meanwhile, NLS is continuing down, guys, and this is actually an earnings play. NLS is an earnings play, super weak. Again, I mean, if there is a cure, and there will be, but I mean, if it's more imminent than not, then a lot of these, not lists. I mean, stay at home workout, stay at home Peloton, the same thing. These will start to weaken, and so, but it's also an earnings play. Release earnings after hours yesterday, right there. Really, no reaction. Not that big of a reaction. I mean, there's the mauve area, but maybe something else has kicked in. Okay, so Mariha, let me, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Okay, so there is the layout. Okay, there is the layout. Okay, there is a link for the layout. Remember, because it is a layout, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So it will replace whatever layout you've got already on your screen. Okay, so Richard, let me see if I can. Okay, first of all, do you have a red bar? Or a red bar, I keep saying a bar. Do you have a red ball that shows that you are connected? I'm sorry, a red ball. So you have a green ball, so it shows that you are connected. Now, are you on the test drive? Oh, okay. This is what I think has happened. Not 100%, but we had a few people yesterday with the same situation. It's probably because you haven't completed the exchange agreements. Okay, you may think you have, but it's probably that. So I'm going to send you to the home page. Okay, there's a link for the homepage. You can start a live discussion and say, hey, I'm part of the test drive. I'm getting no data. I do have a green ball. Make sure you give them your email that you use to sign up so they can check your account and they'll be able to tell you exactly why. I can't, okay? I don't have access to your account. So they'll be able to tell you exactly why. Almost for sure that's the reason. Okay? Let me know. Come back and let me know, all right? So for those of you who are on the test drive and you've got the green ball and you've loaded some windows and you're getting no data at all, typically it's because you have not completed the exchange agreements correctly. All right, and so you could go to the home page and you'll see a pop-up. This is what I'm talking about. You go to the home page and questions and answers, and just click on that, and all you have to do then is just type it in. Make sure you give them your email though, so they can check your account, and then they'll be able to tell right off the bat whether or not those exchange agreements have been. Philippe, I just find your channel. Okay. There you are. See? No, hello, Cyber K. So, Philip, is that a question? I'm not sure. I see, I just find your channel. Thank you. Are you? Is that a question or is that a comment? I'm not 100% sure. Are you wanting my layout? Is that the question? Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. If you're looking for my layout, I'll just maybe think that that's what you're asking for. I'll just pop that. The test drive November 2020. That's the layout that you see. One minor change. I added. You can add the 2-minute chart if you want, but okay. Wow. Don't know. The question was, when is TDA Brokerage Plus going to be live? It's getting closer, though. I can say with some confidence it is getting closer. All right, so you see what happened right there. The AI. So this took it on the auto trade. It took the short. It took 837 shares because I'm risking $100 a trade. You take the entry. You know what? I didn't change the shorts. Okay, that's why I took so many shares. But that's okay. So what I'm going to do now, because it pulled back, so I can just flatten that trade if I want. Okay, I'm not saying that's what I would normally do, but I would just say, I don't auto trade. I just wanted to show I've put the AI on auto trade. What I also want to do though is that's why I took so many shares at 100. So guys, this is an exercise that if you want to go through it, you can test to see how auto trading works in the simulator. Okay, so this is what you can do. If you click on you have to have that tab, okay? You notice it says Holly AI on. So the first thing you do, let me just expand this a little bit. So here are the strategies. I'm going to turn these on too. Okay, so I have turned them all on. So how do you do that? you just highlight everything. And you know, when you look at it, it'll be off. Right click and enable. So that means you've turned them all on. Now, the next thing you can do is you can go and you can edit the long trading strategy instructions. So this is what I've done. I've said, okay, I'm going to risk $100 a trade. I put it in moderate mode, and I put my limit offset at 7 cents. And I did the same thing for the shorts. Okay, risking $100 a trade, 7 cents on the offset. I put it in moderate mode. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I've done. Yeah, I actually I did have them on. I must have, and then I disabled them. So before I disabled them, that's why I took that short. But they're all on now. Now I don't do this, but I'm just showing you. Then you see. Remember, I was saying I think the best way to use it. I mean, you get into, if you want to auto trade the entry, fine. But you know, I'd be watching this trade, and the minute it would start to move down, because you know it's a low float, anything can happen. You know, so I flattened myself out of the trade. So because right now, 1196 was the entry, and now it's 1167. If I didn't do that, I'd be in a negative position. Now, listen, could it come back? Of course. Is Zoom still heading down? Yeah, wow. This is what I was saying. I mean, guys, this is like 3 weeks ago, up at $600. Now at 369. Ooh. Meanwhile, QTech, wow. All right, guys. So it's almost 10:30. So not quite as many questions today. It's just don't be shy. Oh, remind me again what. So I was asked, what indicators do I have in my graphs? So this is what I have. The orange line is the 8 EMA. The blue line is the 20 SMA. I have those on all my charts. And then I add, only on the daily chart, I add the 200 SMA on my daily chart. That's what I do. Yeah, again, Kaiser, so you know, I was asked my input on Bohr. I just don't look at stocks that are under a dollar. I mean, sure, it's had a tremendous. Look at the float though. Excuse me, 181 million shares for a $1, less than $1 stock. So listen, I mean, it's already up 40%. Could it keep going? I guess, but I just have a tough time looking at anything under a dollar. How do you keep the channel bar on the right side after selecting a new channel? It default. I don't think you can. It's just the way it is. You probably don't. You probably don't like that answer, but it's just the way it is. You know, you're talking about when I. Luis, yes, yeah. If you call this training, yes. I mean, this room is like this every day. No, it's not just for the test drive. The question was, is this room like this every day? And the answer is yes. You know, obviously during a test drive, there are a lot more questions. but I am here all day to answer questions. Eventually I'll be able to do some trading myself. Well, listen, for the longest time, I didn't even use a 2 minute chart. The only reason I'm using a 2 minute chart, but it's just personal preference, Malcolm. I just don't use 1 minute charts. For the longest time, the lowest time frame was a 5 minute chart. I only use this now to maybe look at topping situations. Oh, is the session recorded? I guess it is. YouTube. You go to our YouTube feed. I guess it is recorded. It's long though. I mean, it might be 6 hours, so I'm not sure you're going to want to sit through 6 hours, and it's not stamped by any like section wise. So I guess it is recorded, but I'm not sure it's that relevant. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Luis. That's a good point. The question was, is the session recorded? Yeah. So because I'm doing this also in YouTube, so you go to a YouTube channel. These daily sessions are recorded. Okay. So Brian, Chi City, Chicago City, Brian. Okay, I had to figure out what you meant by that. Um, so the question was, how can we have the system read out tickers or read the tickers aloud? So, okay, so okay, let me answer Chi City first. So if you right click on any alert window or the AI strategy trades window, if you right click, properties, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound. So you can pick one window, text to speech. That's what you're talking about. And the reason why I say one window is that it'd be pointless to have all of them because then you wouldn't know which window to look at. Okay, so you can pick one of them. Maybe if there's really one that you really want to have text to speech, then pick that one. Just check it and okay. And otherwise, you use custom sound for the other ones. Check that, select the sound, and here are 3 folders that have sound alerts. Oops. See, a bunch of sound alerts, audible alerts in each one. You can click on one, click on open. You can play it. If you like it, then you'll say okay a couple of times. If I said okay and then okay again, then it'll attach that sound to the window. Now are you using the web-based version? Oh, but you must see if you see the text to speech, then you must be using the. Okay, yeah. Okay, so CyberK, you can see my screen from the toolbar. New, click on new. Click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Right there. Not this one, this one. When you do that, this is your window. And just wait for the alerts to happen. No, well that's well, you asked me which window has the Holly alerts. This is the window that has the Holly alerts. Okay? If you're looking to trade them in auto fashion, like I've turned them all on, it's in the Brokerage Plus window. Okay? That's why I'm saying you turn them all on. No, it's a free trading room. Nazir, it's a free trading room. Amazing, isn't it? I don't mean the room is amazing. Oh, I think it's pretty good. I'm talking about the fact that it's free. All right, so this is one couple of the columns that I like to have. Okay, is the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. All right, so it just took the West, just took West. And that was in an auto trade mode. You can't find the folders with the sounds, okay? You can see my screen and you can hear me. Okay, so go to an alert window and right click on it. Go to properties, actions. So here is the standard window to add the sounds. Oh, okay, so okay, you know that. So set up the sound and then click on that use custom sound. And then when you do that, click select sound and here are the folders. Okay, and then just click on the folder. And then there they are. Okay, great. No problem. Now, why did it take 10 shares? Because the stop was so wide, I guess, and that's all. That's the only number of shares I'm going to get out of this. I'm just going to flat. It's pointless to have 10 shares. I mean, that can happen, obviously. Boy, CCL and oh boy, it's okay. I mean, I'll get back to trading, but the search is delicious. Yeah, I mean, if everybody turned them on in auto trade mode, yes. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I don't think most of our customers do not use it in auto trade mode, but okay, I should pop this into the room. So, for those of you who are not aware, we're in the beginning of the second day of the. Just click on it. Click on the symbol and flatten it. Okay, Cyber. How to force a light? How to close? Just click on the symbol so it's highlighted. Okay, and then flatten it. Flatten it gets you out of the trade. So for those of you who are wondering what's going on, we're in what we call a test drive. You still can sign up for it. If you click on this link, the test drive link. Yes, Sam. I'll show you how to do that. Okay, the question was how to auto trade Holly in the simulator. I'll show you how to do that. So for $8.99, now it started yesterday, so you'll get the balance of today up to the 20th, which is a week this coming Friday. It'll cost you $8.99. You'll have access to the full premium service for the 2-week period. Well, 2 weeks minus a day and several hours, okay? Now, once the test drive is over, it's over. So what do I mean by that? You don't have to worry about unsubscribing. We don't put you into a subscription. Nothing you have to do. When it's over, it's over. The standard subscribers, you're also welcome to try the premium service out for the 2 weeks. Well, again, up until the 20th. It will cost the $8.99. And again, if you we'll move you back to standard unless you tell us that you want to remain in premium. For those of you who take part in the test drive, there will be a promo once the test drive is over with a nice discount. But what I really like to sort of hammer home is that everything you're doing on the test drive, if you're part of the test drive, and if you create some layouts, if you have some windows, save everything to the cloud. Everything to the cloud. You have a window, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Save your layout to the cloud. From the toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Give your layout a name. You can click on entire layout, give it a name, save it. Why? Because if you decide at some point, and that point could be a day after the test drive is over, a month later, or 2 years later, that you want to subscribe to Trade Ideas, all you have to do is, when you subscribe, use the same email address you used for the test drive, and all the work that you've done, everything you've saved to the cloud will be available to you. Okay? Other reason to save things to the cloud, you can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say, I'm working off my desktop computer. I have a laptop. I have a tablet. So all I have to do is just download the program on my laptop. I'm sorry, my laptop, and then I just from the toolbar. Once I see my toolbar, then I just file load from cloud. I can load my layout. So obviously, then I don't have to recreate everything from scratch if everything is in the cloud. Now, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, in a typical day at 10:30, I welcome everybody. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a subscriber right now, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And what I like to do now is just put in my homepage. There's Candy underneath 6 now. So if you click on my homepage link, you can subscribe. A lot of information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Probably not again going to do a recap today. I didn't do one yesterday. There was nothing to recap. I didn't take any trades. Here is a list of all my scans. Click here. All my scans. And the education link. And I always like to put this one in the room on its own because I think this is really, really good for those of you who are taking the test drive or you're brand new to Trade Ideas, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Also, the daily support session. So there is a concurrent trading room in the YouTube room. I guess I'll call it the YouTube room. I monitor it between 9 and noon. From 12 to 1, another one of the Trade Ideas traders takes over. Today is Steve Gomez, and he is the chief architect of the trades of the week. All right, so he looks after it on Tuesdays. So you can always, when I take my break, I usually take a break between 12 and about 12:30. So you can head over to the YouTube feed and you can ask him questions. The daily webinars, there are none this week and probably not next week. I'm not sure what the schedule is, but when we get back to a normal schedule, and it's because of the test drive going on, they're Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos here, and also some trading books here. And all that is from my homepage. My homepage, okay? And if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, can't wait. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. So here's a promo code right there, Barry for Alpha. 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. And this is how much Trade Ideas cost. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the reason why most people, if they're interested in the AI, they take the premium service. There are some other differences, but that is the main reason to take the premium service. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. And always try us out. You know, the standard, $118, less the 15%, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. If you decide that you want to upgrade, we'll honor the promo. So if you want to upgrade from standard to premium on the monthly basis, or go from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. No, standard and premium are exactly the same in terms of the data. All our data is real time. No, there's no F&G. I can't answer that question regarding MACDs. Okay, I can't answer it. If you want, you can go to the home page and you can ask the question. Let me just. The question was, why don't the MACDs line up according to what you think they should be? I can't answer that question. Meanwhile, I've missed my entry on the candy. You guys are costing me money. Well, okay, so this is the layout. Are you talking about the filters? Yeah, so here are the filters that I've got in place. These are what I use, you know, in the basic new highs and lows. You know, I have a price filter between 1 and 30. Current volume, relative, so that current volume with that 4 means has to be trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So, you know, I want to say abnormal. But why don't you download my layout? If you're looking at my layout, then you can do this. The volume is at least 400,000 shares. That's not your question, okay? And stock has to be up or down at least 4%. That's what I use. I mean, what I say to people is that if you have this, now you can, of course, customize it to how you like to trade. You know, maybe you have a different time frame or a price range. Would you say each indicator, the logic, I don't know what you mean by that. There's no I mean, these are just filters. You know, I have a minimum $1 to $30. I mean, if you're looking for my logic, getting inside my head, that's just the price range that I like. You know, I mean, these are just filters. Okay, maybe you're asking a very general question then. I mean, if you right click on an alert window and click on configure and search, I mean, here are all of the alerts and filters available. There's so many of them, all right? All the alerts and filters that are available. Okay, not your question. Like you're asking me how to use this. Okay, I get an alert AHT. If you're saying to me, well, how am I going to use this? If I were concentrating without having, without the questions, which are fine, I get test drive, it's fine. Then I'd be looking at this and I'd be saying, okay, little pop up, maybe take a short, though I can't take a short because it's not shortable. Okay, not how to use it. Okay. I'm not laughing. I'm just, okay. I think you're being a little sensitive. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean. That's all. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean. I mean, it's difficult. I'm trying to get inside your head to figure out. I keep trying to answer what I think you're asking, and it's a little frustrating, obviously, for both of us. But I'm trying to get to the bottom, and I'm not laughing at you. I'm just sort of chuckling because I am inwardly amused because I'm trying to figure out, well, what are we looking for here? That's all. Let me answer. Okay, so you're on the web-based version. The question was, I can only open 5 charts. Yeah, there's a limitation. There is a limitation on the number of charts you can open in the web-based version, and that is 5. All right. If if you can use the app, if you have a PC, then I would be using the app over the web-based version. Very A lot more flexible. You can have 10 charts open for standard, 20 for premium, things like that. You don't have access to Brokerage Plus in the web-based version. Now, you may be using the web-based version because you're using a Mac. There are other things you can do. If you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, something like that, then you can use a PC application on your Mac, things like that. Do I prefer topless or alerts more? Well, there are different features. There are different functions. Okay, I mean the alerts. I mean, they are real-time alerts. I'm always interested in a real-time alert telling me, at 11:72, there was the alert. Then I can check to see what sort of pattern it's coming from. The topless windows are definitely interesting to me because what I like to do is I can, topless windows are used to rank. So, for instance, I have my earnings play topless window. So I can rank it. I can take a look. When I say rank, you can sort on different columns. So what I've done here is I've sorted on the position and range column. So I know it's an earnings play. It's almost at the high of the day. That's what that column is telling me. With its green, just a little sliver of white there, so it's not quite at the high of the day. So I'll glance at these and I'll say, okay, there's INO, right at the high of the day. I wonder, is it coming from a good pattern? But I can also sort on another column. I want to see the earnings plays that are up the most today. You know, that's the power of the topless windows. You can sort on all these different columns. I'm just somebody who likes to see stocks near the high of the day. So, I mean, do I use my alert windows more? Yes, but I definitely like to see these topless windows because it's showing me, a sort of a different look. The stock doesn't have to. Stock could be up the most for the day, but it may not be making a new high today. Doesn't mean I don't want to ever see it. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, just a general statement again. For people using, if you're on the web-based version because you think maybe that's a better version, it's not. Okay, I mean it is limited. We don't have Brokerage Plus. You can only have 5 charts. If you have multiple monitors, it's a real pain because I can take this and I have 3 monitors. I can move this anywhere. Also, also, and I'll get to your question, Yambo. Whenever I open Trade Ideas, it opens. All right. So, what I would suggest first of all, and this is why I never talk about pinning. If you can do me a favor, go to a chart and right click on it and see if it says pinned. Okay. So this is for you, Yambo. Okay. And I'm trying to answer somebody else. Okay, they're not pinned. Okay, they're not pinned. Um, they're not pinned. So how many charts are you using? Are you in this test drive? You're not. Okay. So are you a Are you a premium subscriber? Okay. So you have 20. So you're allowed to have 20 charts. Is it possible that you're adding a chart? I mean, how many charts do you have right now? Only have 7 charts, and I don't see how you're getting too many charts if you have only 7. So right now you're okay, and you can add a chart, right? Right now you're okay. All right. The only way that I can see that it's loading multiple charts is if they may not be pinned now, but it's possible they were pinned before when you're loading, because and that's why I never talk about pinning, even though it's a feature. I don't like to talk about it because it can get people into trouble. They think that you can get into trouble like what's happening with you. I don't know if I have an answer. If you're swearing that it's not that these charts are not pinned when you load trade ideas in the morning, because the only way you can say you have more than or you have too many charts is if you have 20 charts plus open. And if you're saying so, for instance, if you wanted to, if you just saved it right now, do me a favor. Click on Windows and show all. Okay? Show all. And just see if a bunch of other charts are popping up, even though they may be minimized or something like that. Okay? Just indulge me and do the show all and just see if you're getting a bunch of other charts that are popping up that you didn't realize you have. You're good now. Okay, so now save it. Save that layout. Okay, you can save it to your computer, or save or share to cloud. Give it another name. Call it Yambo 1. Entire layout. Give it another name and save it. Now you may not want to do this right now but if you don't mind doing it now, then you can save it and then bring it back, and then that'll. I mean, it'd be astonishing to me if you're getting too many charts. Then I'd have to send you to our full tech support. I'm limited to what I can do sometimes. All right. All right. So I want to answer somebody's question in the YouTube feed that asked about, or hopefully you're still there. So Sam, are you still there? You asked about, is there a way to auto trade Holly in the simulator? Are you still there? I just want to see if you're still there so I can answer. Sam, oops. Sam, are you still there? I've got to type that in. All right, this is going to what has to be entered next to the pink box? Okay, so are you talking about this, the change from the open? See, it's not a pink box for me, so okay. Yeah, I mean, do you know what do you know what the average true range is? You understand what the concept of that is? Okay. Well, if you want it to be, yeah, I mean, now you just put in whatever percent you want. So if you want it to be double the average true range, you'd put 200%. If you want it to be less, only half, then you put 50% in the max box. Okay, I mean, it's up to you. I can't obviously tell you what to use, what values to use, but okay. Yes, I will, Eric. I'll show you how to set up a multi-strategy window. And Ethan, no level two. The question was, do we have level two? We don't have level two. Okay, so Eric had a question, how to set up a multi-strategy window. Typically, a multi-strategy window is used because you don't have a lot of screen space. All right. Now, there are other reasons, but typically that's why it's used, because what you can do is I can take all these alert windows, you see, and I could put them in one window called a multi-strategy window. So let me show you how to do that. Let's just say, so the first step is this. Go to an alert window, right click, collaborate. Copy. So what you've done now is you've basically copied this window. All right. Now go to New from the toolbar, click on New, Multi-Strategy Window. So it'll be a blank window. Now you're just going to almost reverse the process. Right click, collaborate, copy, or sorry, paste. Sorry, paste. Sorry, I did that wrong. It's been a while since I've done it. So let's start again. Right click, collaborate, copy. So the window's copy. Now right click, hover over strategies, and you see it says new strategy. And these boxes keep popping up. And now where it says collaborate, click on collaborate, and now paste. Now it's here. Basic new highs and lows, basic new highs and lows. Okay? And you just keep doing it. If I want to do this one, right click, collaborate, copy. Right click, hover over strategies, and then hover over new. Boxes keep popping up, collaborate, paste. See? So now you've got a multi-strategy window. So if you look here, strategies, you see them right here. Basic new highs and lows and Barry's watch list. So is that clear? And now you can give it a name. Right click, properties, window name. Now you can give it a name. Okay. So is that clear, or did I go too quickly? Okay, great. Now you can also do things like color. What I do is I do have some multi-strat. I do have a couple of multi-strategy windows on my other monitor, so you can actually now um, color coordinate this. So if I right-click strategies and hover over the strategy, the box keeps popping up, and then I can go to colors, and then it's just a matter of it's a palette. You can pick a background, pick this. I can pick a foreground. If I don't change it, it'll be black. So if I'm fine with that, but I can obviously go to the foreground, pick another color. But if I'm fine with that, now it becomes, and so you could put the different colors for the different strategies in your multi-strategy window. Yeah, I mean, Cyber K. I mean that's a question that we get a lot. How can we see something that's going to pop before it pops? I mean, there's no real good answer to that. No, topless windows, you cannot do that with topless windows, Leo. Topless windows, you wouldn't want to because the topless windows get updated every 30 seconds. It's a completely different function. Okay, it's just a different function. Well, again, Cyber K, you can go if you click on New and go to the channel bar, and if you click on Traders Vault, where is it? Oh, okay, I mean that's it. I mean, and then my strategies. There is no big, somebody asked that question before. Look at GTEC. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Wouldn't have thought that. I mean, look at the pullback in the pre-market. Looked like it was just going to go to nothing, and not nothing, but fizzle out. Market opens. That's why I always say we have to wait for the market to open to see how this is going to trade, how anything is going to trade. 2 million in the float. That's why it's doing it. I mean, look at this, 93. I mean, I was remember, remember I said, this could easily trade 10 times the float. This is traded 45 times the float. 45 times the float. If you're not familiar with the concept of the float, um, you see it says 2 million there. So that is the available number of shares, or those are the number of shares available for trading. The float is derived from taking the number of shares outstanding, and then what you do is you start subtracting what the insiders own, what maybe mutual funds, things that are tied up that cannot be traded on a daily basis. Now, typically, there's no mutual funds. There's in a little stock like this, but I was just talking in general. The lower that number, the better. When a stock is in play, that is the supply of stock. Okay, and the demand, for whatever reason, it's a catalyst. I mean, GTEC had some news this morning. It's an EV play, lithium batteries to drive forklifts. Okay, so I mean, whether you think that news is substantial or not, it's irrelevant. It's what the market is telling you. So there was a catalyst, so that created the demand, and so lower that number. So I consider, because the next question might be, well, what do you consider a low float? Well, I think anything under 20 million is a pretty low float. But when you get down to things like 2 million and 1 million, that's excessively low. That's crazy low. But that is why you can get these insane moves. Why it's traded 95 million shares, 2 million. So when I say the float is turned over, just divide 2 into 95, and that's the multiple. And the relative volume means 7,000 times normal. Okay, so that's why we always talk. I mean, a lot of the things that Trade Ideas identifies, the way I've got this set up, are situations that are typically kind of low float. So there's lots and lots of activity. Now they're dangerous because, when the rug gets pulled, eventually people are going to go, okay, this is crazy. I mean, that press release is good, but it's, they haven't cured anything yet. When the selling starts, look out. So we always say, if you're going to trade these really abnormally low float situations where there's high demand, you can't get into something and then walk away for half an hour. You can't even walk away for 5 minutes. You have to be watching these like a hawk. Okay? What is the possibility that it will? Obviously, it's going to depend on the alerts you've got. I mean, it's possible that you'll see the same stock. If the alerts are somewhat similar, I mean, looking for similar things. Well, if you know the symbol, so you're talking about company search for the symbol. I mean, I could just say go to Google, then you'll get the symbol. If that's what you mean, Aussie boy. I mean, if you know the symbol, if you just type it in, and that's why I have my single stock window up here. Has a lot. This is the data that I like to see. This is all customizable. What is low and high float? Rate? Well, again, it really depends on the types of things that you trade. Somebody who trades Facebook all day long, with 2.3 billion in the float, they would consider something with 100 million in the float very, very low. Okay? So it really depends on, your trading style and all. For me, anything under 20 million is for me is a low float. For me, that's not that's not the answer. I mean, somebody else might have a completely different idea. They might say, well, I only want to see things under 5 million. Not sure what to enter in the S float blue box. The S float blue box. Oh, the short float. Well, I mean, you have to experiment. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's the number of shares. So, I mean, if I look at here, I don't even think I have the float here, but we'll just see. Yeah, that's the number of shares. So if I type in float, so as it says shares, okay? So you add the filter. So, I mean, now I can't tell you what to add, but I mean, if you want to, typically I'm going maximum, it's the number of shares. And you have to type it out. So if it's a million, you have to go like 1 and 6 zeros. If it's 20 million, 20 and 6 zeros. Okay? Okay, I'm sorry, Moses. I did see that you have an account with Interactive Brokers. How easy is it to transition or connect to it? Very easy. I'm going to give you a video that you can watch, okay? But because it's just a matter of selecting the port and all of that, let me just get the video for you. So Moses, this is the video that you should watch. And anybody else who's looking to trade, which I haven't gone over at all, how you can use Brokerage Plus to actually trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. And once you do that, then all you have to do is click on live. And then you'll be connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use it to trade. Nope. Nope. Doesn't cost any more. Yeah, it's not an option. If it's not here, then it's not an option. Time frame, yeah. I mean, it's 60-minute tops, no 2 hours. We're not a full-blown charting program. So we don't have a 2 hour chart, no. So Ozzy, I was asked, is there a supplemental web-based tool to use to check float of a desired stock? I mean, you can go, there's many sites out there. You can go to FinViz. There are a lot of different sites out there that you can check. I mean, this is what, excuse me, that's what our data provider gives us float information. Sometimes it's difficult when it's one of these cheap ones that have done many reverse splits. And if you went to 10 different websites, you might see 10 different float information for float values. We have our provider gives us what they consider as the float. You can always go though to like Fin. I'll just type it in. They have information like that. But there's lots of sites out there that you can do a check also. So I'm sorry if I've missed anybody's questions. If I've missed your question, maybe you can just repost it, and I'll get to it if I've missed it. So one of the things I really haven't explained in any detail is what the AI, how the AI works and how we get these, what happens. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. They get optimized every evening. So that's what happened last night. Once the market closed, went through the optimization routine, and these out of the 50 strategies are the ones that made the cut. Okay. These strategies are the ones that made the cut. Now, I always say it like this. Personally, I don't care which ones make the cut. All I care about is seeing the alerts from the strategies. So, I mean, look how many strategies made the cut, but it's not that all of them have generated an alert. Because, the system, this is done last night. System does not. It's like saying, well, we don't know what stocks are going to make a new high or new low for the day, tomorrow. So yes, these strategies had made the cut, but nothing met the filter requirements to produce an alert. So these are the alerts for today. My recommendation, as always, is to see them. Is the simplest way. It's just to click on New and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and then this will be your window, and you can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every morning. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry, real-time entry, you'll have a stop, and then it's up to you to trade the alerts as you see fit. Now, this is the Brokerage Plus window. So if you have our latest version of Trade Ideas, you'll see you should have an option now in the toolbar. And this is not available with the web-based version. But so you have to have the app. You have to download our application, and then you'll see this toolbar. And two ways to use it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can I'll pop that video in again. Second. Just a second here. There we go. Okay, so here are the links, or here is the link for Brokerage Plus. Yeah, we don't connect it to Thinkorswim yet, so I can't walk through it. You know, we're looking to add it, but we don't have it yet. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade your account, please watch that video. It's about 25 minutes long. It is segmented, so you can go to a segment that looks, you know, that you're interested in. But I would absolutely recommend you watch it if you're serious about using Brokerage Plus trading your account. And then the other way to use it is as a simulator. You click on Sim. Now you can use it to paper trade. Okay, and I'm going to go over this in a little more detail. You see, I've taken some trades already. I had a question in the YouTube feed, Charles, so hopefully you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. When in a top list window, is there a way that you can further define your price and volume so you're not looking at, okay, yes, but I would also suggest that you take a look at this, the 20 lessons in 20 days. But just like any other window, be it a top list window or an alert window, you know, here's a top list window, okay? Oh, jeez, sorry. Oh my goodness, my cat moved my monitor on me and scared the heck out of me. All right, heartbeat back to normal. So here is a top list window. So yes, I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, right click, configure, and search. And now here's price. You know, so you can define, you know, add the filter. You can, and it's already there. So you can define your price range. Volume, you could search on volume. There's volume today. Add the filter. It's already there. You know, so you can you know, define it right there. Okay, Charles, did that make sense? Can you hear me and can you see what I did? Yeah, so I mean, you can customize it as much as you want. This goes for a top list window or an alert window. If you're wondering what we have, if you know, somebody might say, well, what do you have for MACD? So you just type in MACD and we have nothing because it's an alert. All filters, let me do it. Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm in a top list window. So MACD is not available. In fact, that probably answers the question. Any possibility to add stochastic to the chart or as a filter for the top list? So you can, let me make sure that's correct. Yeah, so I mean, it's something you'd have to ask. All right, if coming from a customer is more powerful than coming from me. So if you want to make a suggestion, I've never heard that suggestion before for the top list window, but you can always info@trade-ideas.com and say that you'd like to have you know, stochastic added, and as a filter for a top list, and it's obviously indicators. Yeah, we don't have stochastics here either. Again, you just have to ask. Guys, I can't tell you how nice a trade this trade of the week is now. Yeah, I think I answered you yesterday, Dorora. The ask in the simulator, you're not going to get any data. You have to be connected. Oh, that bid ask is only good if you are. Wow, GTC! I cannot believe this. Is only if you're trading your live account. Okay. Well, you know, one alert would have done it. 479 now up to what, 813. These, what did WISA do? Did it even move? Yeah. You know what? This is one that might move later on. The only issue is that 200-day moving average, 348. But this could move later on, guys. This is, if I'm concentrating on trading, this is one of those setups that I'd be waiting on later on in the day. As it kind of chops around here, maybe flattens out, and then all of a sudden we get some volume, a big volume pop, taking us through the 200-day. And then, look at the room it's got. Look at all this room left on that weekly chart. Well, all you can do is go to, I'm going to, and request it. But like, I'm not, oops, sorry, disregard that. I typed it in wrong. Okay, and make a request. I can't promise if it'll ever happen. But you can make a request. Yeah, it must be. Somebody in the YouTube feed said must be big money in forklifts, because if you read the press release for G-Tech, that's what it's all about. You know. Guys, here's your news. There's your news, okay? Integrated electric drivetrain system to its existing forklift, etc., etc., etc. That's the news for it. Well, it's kind of, we do have. Yeah, this is pretty broad though. Yeah, I don't know if there's it's EV related, but I don't know if the rest. I don't know if there's a sympathy play for this one. This is insane now. I'm not displaying this. I may go back to my other layout tomorrow, but I like to see this because this is where GTEC was first alerted. 384. Okay, right here. So, you asked the question, CyberK, can we get into something before it really has a pop? Well, I'm not saying they're all going to be like this, but 384, pretty darn good. And for a stock that goes up to 960. But this would have shown up way down here right at the beginning of the day. I didn't say. Well, it's not an AI alert. It's not an AI alert. This is just Trade Ideas is more than the AI, of course. I think we've got a pretty spectacular program even without the AI. You can. We always can get great ideas. You set up the filters correctly. There's always going to generate ideas of stocks that are moving. Now, yeah, Trip is moving here. TripAdvisor, Trip, big gap, huge gap. Big float, 93 million. Not crazy high, but it is a big float. Trading 4 times normal. Well, that's what I do, Intel Designer. That's exactly what I do. You know, that was down. You can see right there, there's a red candle. That's exactly what I do. Um, Let me just check to see what I actually did. So, okay, so that's exactly what I did. So, you know how to get to this screen? Okay, so to add any indicators to charts, but I've already got this indicator, right? So right click, I'm going to go to indicators. I'm going to go to volume, modify colors. You know what? I'm on a development version. So let me just show you because you'll have the same thing, but it's easier for me to do it here. So now I'm going to modify the indicator volume. So at this point now I can choose my colors. So up colors, down colors. Is that clear? So that's why, that's why my charts look like this. You know, if you want, if you don't mind those colors, then I can always just give you this. And then you can just duplicate it like crazy. If you're having a problem doing it, shouldn't be a problem. But if there is a problem, then I can just give you this chart, and you have all my indicators and the way I've color coordinated it. Sure, I can do that. So I'll pick this time frame. So I right click, save or share to cloud. Oops, before I do that, unpin it. Right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, copy, and now I'll just pop this in. And that's one of the really nice things about Trade Ideas. I mean, I did this for a chart, but we can swap strategies. You know, there are people in the room that are very kindly they'll say things like, hey guys, I'm using this strategy, seems to be pretty good. And they'll put the link in the room. You know, they'll put the link in the room and then you can take a look at what they've done. Really, really easy to collaborate. No, there is not. I know what you're talking about, Joey. There is not a time left for candle to close. I just looked at my clock. I know it's not. Not my. I just looked at my computer clock, of course, and so I know when the candles are going to close. But no, there is not a time. I do know what you're talking about. Is Craig really? Now, here's something else I'd like to go over. And for those of you with multiple monitors, even if you have a single monitor, but especially if you have multiple monitors, no level 2. No, no level 2. I don't use level 2 at all. But no, I always have to phrase it like this. I don't use level 2. I don't see a need for it. But if a person uses level 2 and finds that it helps them trade, fantastic. So if you have multiple monitors, I have three 32-inch monitors, okay? So I do have some other Trade Ideas windows, like my earnings play window is on another monitor. So this is what you can do. Designate one of your monitors as your main monitor. Take your toolbar and stick it in the top left-hand corner of what, again, you'll designate as your main monitor. Arrange all your trade ideas windows on your main monitor and on your other monitors, exactly the way you want them. Once you've done that, then if you click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts. Then you see where it says Loading Layouts? Open relative to the main window, check it, and save it. Okay? Don't know why it does that. Boy, am I ever missing out on the GTEC, but you know what? There'll be another one. It might be today, but just when you think you've seen it all, you know, you get these incredible moves on these obscure stocks for the day. So once you do that though, then save your work. Make sure, you know, always save your layout. You can save it to your computer, or you can I would always recommend saving it to the cloud. Okay, always give it a name and save it. Then when you load, and if you do it like this way also, File, Exit, save your layout, yes. When you load Trade Ideas, next time, all of your windows will be exactly where you want them to be on all your monitors. Okay, so the question was, how can we switch surfing feature from one alert window to another? Well, first of all, the surfing feature only works on top lists. Okay, it doesn't work on alert windows. So it only works on top lists, and there's no way you can actually say, well, only go here or go. It'll go through all of your top list windows that you have open, and run through the top 3 as you have them sorted. And I always say it like that because, you know, I've sorted on the position in the day's range, but I could sort on the change from the close, and you know, now the symbols are different at the top. Okay, so and when I start surfing, what does it do? So right now it's on, I can show you right off the bat. So it's on the Home Builders XB, and then it's going to go to Nail. Okay, it went to Nail. See how it went to Nail? Now it went to XHP. So it's going to go through. Well, you see what happened is it changed very quickly. Remember, these get updated every 30 seconds. So it'll cycle through the top 3 on every top list. Once it's done, then it'll go to another top list. See how it went to XLC? Now it'll go to another top list window. And it'll keep doing that over and over and over again until you either A, go to a chart and it'll pause. And then you can take a look at the chart longer. Or if you click on an alert, it'll stop surfing. Or this is just a toggle on and off. So if you're surfing, then you just stop it. So why would you even surf? Well, you know what? Sometimes it's really cool. You've got a few top list windows and you can just kind of kick back and let the system load charts for you. And all of a sudden you might see a chart that you love and go, whoa, I love that chart. So you go to the chart, you stop it, and if you want to trade it, you go ahead and trade it. Yeah, it's getting friskier, that's for sure. There's that 200-day moving average, 348. So here's the mentality of traders. You know, people like myself even, you know, beating myself up because I'm not in this one. So you're looking for the next one. What could be the next one? So you see this WISA, and you look at it and go, wow, that's a really low float also. And it's got, you know, look at its volume, 69 million, 7 million in the float. So it's traded the float, 9.5 times, almost 10 times. So that's a trader mentality. I mean, because eventually, I mean, the chase will be over. And this will start to fade, and traders will be looking for the next one. And so I'm not saying WISA is going to be the next one. I'm just saying that's the mentality. But you have to be aware of that 200-day moving average. So I don't use a lot of indicators on my charts. You notice I don't. I haven't had even time to explain, these crosses, the 80 MA crossing over the 20 SMA, things like that. When maybe later on in the week, maybe even tomorrow. But right now, I'm answering a lot of questions, which is absolutely fine. But always be aware where that 200-day moving average is. And it's right at it. It's right literally on it. Now, what did it do earlier? Got up to it too, and it got stuck there. Now, if it pops through, and especially on some volume, you might, but look, it's struggling to get through. And this is sort of all the indicators out there, and there are lots of indicators, that probably is the most universally watched indicator, the 200-day moving average, simple moving average. So if I were going to use RSI, what RSI is just the relative strength index. So I mean, if I were going to use it, then and I wanted to find oversold stocks or overbought stocks, then I would probably put a minimum of 80. We have different time frames, of course. But other people may have a different idea. I mean, maybe they're going to say 70. But I don't use the RSI that much. But we have the different time frames. But let's just pick the 5-minute. So I mean, I think probably universally accepted would be 80 would be something that you would consider to be oversold, and 20 would be something not oversold, sorry, overbought, and 20 would be something oversold. Okay. Well, again, I mean, if as a strategy, I mean, if a person believed that high RSIs meant that something is overbought, then you can use it as a strategy, I suppose. I don't use it, so I mean, I'm not using it. But there are people that use the, excuse me, the RSI. But other people do. I mean, there are other people that are going to use it, and all I'm saying is that general. If I were going to use it, and I wanted to find, stocks that I would consider overbought, I would probably use 80 as a minimum, and 20 as oversold for the max, probably. I don't use the VWAP other than I'm aware of it. Okay, but I don't use it as a filter or anything like that. I am aware of it. So, I mean, that's probably the second, after the 200-day moving average, I am aware of the VWAP. Well, market cap I don't use because, I don't really care what the market cap is. A lot of the things I'm looking at, of course, probably because I'm looking at stocks that are, this is just personal, right? I like to see stocks under $30. So, a stock under $30, unless it's got, a tremendous number of shares outstanding, probably won't have a huge market cap. Okay, Apple. So yeah, Apple's having their day today, isn't it? Isn't it Apple like they're unleashing some kind of a? Okay, um, so Martin's asking how to configure an alert to identify real-time movements like the one Apple's having for the last hour. Well, the AI doesn't work like that. Okay, the AI doesn't, look at a specific stock. It's like saying right here, as I said before, I don't know what stocks are going to make a new high or a new low. Next. If the filters are met, then so be it. Um, so Apple, so the AI doesn't work like that. But we do have filters like this. So for instance, change. You can use a change in 1 minute, either on a percent basis or a dollar or a dollar amount. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. So if you're looking for stocks that were moving a lot in the last 5 minutes, percentage wise, you could use this filter. Or if it's a specific dollar amount you wanted, you could use this filter. And you could create a top list with this filter in it, and then sort on that column. And then you would see the ones that have moved the most in, say, the last 5 minutes, as an example. I might have, let me just see if I can, what time is it? Wow, 11:47. So I've got to make sure, I think Steve is on tap today. He's going to love it because, let me just make sure Steve is in the YouTube feed. I just want to make sure that Steve is on today before and I'll also put the link. And the answer is yes. Okay, good. I'm going to put the link for the YouTube feed. Steve will be in there at between noon and 1. Okay, so you can head over there when I take my break. And again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Every now and then he has some help, I think, from Andy. But, if you think it's easy coming up with one trade for the trade of the week, it's, and then people, this has been, quite frankly, spectacular. The trigger was $33.95. It's moved $2. Never got stopped out. So he'll be in that YouTube feed between 12 and 1. So I wanted to, no, there are no webinars for probably at least, well, I know this week for sure, but maybe they'll start next week again. You guys are just too busy in support. So there are no webinars this week. What am I looking for? Here we go. That's the one I wanted. Don't worry, guys. I know what I'm doing. Just want to demonstrate something. So change in 15. Okay, so I added this column called the change in 15 minutes. Okay, so I can sort on this column right now. Get it right, there we go. No, really, nothing is, just a second, I've just got it. Why is that not? I know why. Okay, okay. Give me a second here. Just give me one moment. I just want to demonstrate something because it feeds into that Apple question that I had before. Something's going on here. I can't figure this out. Give me a moment here. You know what I'm going to do? What time is it? 11:52. I have about 8 minutes. This is what I want to do. I want to show you how you can do something. I'm going to create a new top list window. And what do we have here? So 1 and 125, volume. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. Get rid of that. Just don't care about the earnings. Don't care about that. 125, 100,000 shares. Okay, now I'm going to do the change. And say 15 minutes. Show the column. I'm going to do a 30-minute percent. Show the column. And I'm going to do a 5-minute. Show the column. All right. Now, this is not earnings play or anything like that. It just says I haven't renamed it. But this is what I was saying, how you can now. Where are they? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't say okay. All right, let's do it again. I'm racing against the clock. Okay. Oh, I did. I just didn't expand it enough. Crazy. Okay. So this is what I was trying to say. I'm going to move this over here. So see, I can now sort on the change from the for the 15-minute. Make sure these are percents. Okay. So I have sorted on the change percentage-wise in the last 15 minutes. Okay, so this is what's showing up. So PLSE has moved the most in the last 15 minutes because I've sorted on this column. I could sort on the 5-minute. You know, what has changed the most in the last 5 minutes? See how now it's BQ? And move this over. Okay, see now it's changed. Now BQ. So this is why I'm saying you can zero in on the different time frames with the different columns if you want. You just sort on it. And that's all I did was I double click left and I sorted on these. So now I can see the ones that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Or if I wanted the last 30 minutes, you know, BQ is up also the most in the last 30 minutes. So you have all these different time frames that you can look at. You know, the change, like what has moved the most in the last. You know, in the last 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 30, 60, 120. Okay, so you can zero in on the different time frames. So to answer your Apple question a while back, you know, then you could say, okay, what stocks have moved the most in the last 5 minutes or last 2 minutes, and maybe Apple would have showed up. I don't know. Depends on the question, Colonel Mike. You can try. If I can answer, I'll help. Otherwise, I'll send you to what I'll call the full technical support. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed, and I'll be taking a break. In fact, I better get that announcement in. That's not going to work. Usually this is not all full, so I'm just going to. All right, so that is something you're going to have to go to. Okay, Steve, I see you in the room, so I'm going to stop my stream.
Hi guys. All right, looks like my screen is up there. Let me mute that on the YouTube so I don't hear my voice. Never quite sounds like I imagine it. Alrighty. So, yeah, my name's Steve. I'm user number 3 here at Trade Ideas. Been using it since the dawn of the the beginning of it all. And I'm here to help. As you know, we've got a test drive going on. I've invited some other people in. They might start piling in here. By all means, go ahead and just use the chat window there, and I'll do my best to do some Q&A and some live demo. We do this because it's just not efficient for phone support. When somebody asks, how do I do something on the Trade Ideas platform, a phone call is not really the best, highest and best use of both of our time. So we do things like this. Looking at the market, I think we can all agree it's been very volatile, and my swing trading has been very lightly touched. It's very hard to swing trade in volatility. Volatility is much better for day trading and scalping, the kind of stuff Barry does. But for the kind of stuff I do, and Andy and some of the other swing traders, you get that overnight volatility, that morning whip volatility. It just makes it kind of tough. So pulling back and just kind of settling in and letting things come to me. I mean, look at this move. Let me get my pen out, of course. There's my pen. I mean, look at this ridiculous move with gaps, 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 gaps. So if you're a short trader, a short swing trader who's swinging short to the short side, I said short a lot of times there, you're just having a panic attack every moment you wake up and see the overnight market. And as I had mentioned last week in our webinars, this was either going to work out to be, let's use the cues. Wow, it's the S&P. That's really interesting. The S&Ps have taken the reins because of financials and energy and whatever else. The NASDAQ stuff stopped being the outperformer. But what I had mentioned was this was either going to be the most obnoxious, obvious double top, or it was going to turn into a continuation of consolidation, which I think we all agree was what we saw. Will it hold? Who knows? What I expect to see is a little bit like this. Okay, I like these moving averages curling up and starting to. I expect to see some consolidation into that area there, and see if we can catch some things maybe going sideways or touching moving averages over the next few days. I think we're still in kind of a volatility washing machine here until further notice. All right, I don't see any questions in there yet. Well, I saw the hog, the trade of the week. Barry had that up earlier. I got to confess, I'm not in this. I mean, I'm not in it because of what I just kind of mentioned. Yesterday, we opened up way up here, traded all the way down to here, opened back up, and we're almost back there. It's like chutes and ladders. If you're over 45 and you remember the old game Chutes and Ladders, where it was a board game and you'd draw cards and you're either sliding down red slides or you're climbing up ladders. That's what we have right now. And when market and when the daily charts start turning into chutes and ladders, it's really hard. I pull away. And if I do insist on participating, anything I do will be to the contrarian side. For instance, here's a tag on something I added to this morning. I've been long DraftKings, okay? Sat through that big gap up yesterday, giant pullback today. Look, it touched that moving average, the 10-day moving average, and bounced back up. And I said, I'll add right here. I'll take some more. So what I'm saying is don't be the person who adds and buys things on the gap up. Be the person who lays in wait. And I think we all agree if we're going to look at the trade of the week again in hog, if you were itching to buy something that pulled back into the zone and you wanted to be a contrarian buyer, Harley Davidson was probably a good call, but I wasn't astute enough to see it. Plus, I've been extremely busy, as Barry mentioned, with the with the test drive at Trade Ideas. Okay, we got some questions. We'll start with Fred. Any thoughts on pulse and miso soup? I like miso soup. Okay, spelled differently, I know, but PLSE, really nice move today. Very light volume, 154,000. Good relative volume. Nice breakout. I mean, it's going to follow this line. I mean, if you're in it and you're thinking about taking profits or just that's all you need to do is follow that line and let this line dictate to you if the momentum is going to stay today. Let's say it does and it closes up here around highs. I would see a follow through tomorrow up to 16. You could literally wake up tomorrow or even put it in tonight. $15.99 on sale. Limit order to sell half your position. That's how I would play something like that, getting my day and a half swing trade moves. I like perfect 1.5 days. That second day being a nice push of follow through in the first couple hours and then bailing. The other one you mentioned was miso. This one's not as attractive as the other. It's still in a wash of moving averages down here, and the 200 is right above it. The first one is much better. All right, let's see what else we got here. Finally getting some questions. Good. WISA, room to move for Aussie. Well, a lot of things going on here. Big move, volume. It looks like the earnings are the catalyst. Okay. Got caught above and now below its declining 200-day moving average. However, this is where the rubber is going to meet the road right here. You want to see this candle hold the moving average pushing up right now on this 15-minute chart. This is a 15-minute chart. It's all I use for intraday. And this is a 10-period simple moving average. That's all I use for indicators. And that's all anyone needs. If you can find a way in this business to make it as simple as possible and just have kind of a binary checklist on managing your trades, which is, did the 15-minute candle close? Again, close under the 10-period moving average, or did it bounce and close above it? If it closed above it, stay in the trade. If it closed below it, get out. You're probably going to be happy that you got out early. That's usually the exit door for me when I'm thinking about taking profits. Hungry Hippo, yes, if we're going to talk about analogies of childhood games for Gen Xers, yeah, maybe Don't Break the Ice was probably a good one a few weeks ago. Don't break the ice happens every single day when algorithms tap on yesterday's lows or a 5-day range low to see if there's anything underneath there. All right, wondering if the standard subscription in Trade Ideas offers level 2. Can't seem to find it anywhere. No, Byron, level 2 is going to be offered through your broker. We don't have the book value. We have the level 1 data with what the current bid is, current offer, and the last price. That's level 1. Level 2 is going to show you the depth of the book. We don't have that. That's always going to be a broker feature. You should be able to get it through them, though. It might be a side a la carte addition, but give them a shout out and see if they offer that to you. Want to learn more about, okay, yeah, Alexander, about green bar ignored, I believe it was called. Let's see. Green bar reversal, right. Okay. I think I spoke to you yesterday. Alexander, what time frame are you looking? What are we going to talk about here? I'm going to guess you want to talk about 5-minute bars, 5-minute green bar reversals, or are you talking about daily? That would be the first question. The S&P high-low, while I'm waiting for Alexander to respond, this is how I did it, okay? The S&P high-low, I'd be happy to share the cloud, but I'll just show you. It's very basic in its settings, and you have to point it towards something, and I'll show you how to do that. All right, so here's the guts of it. It's a high-low, it's a new high and a new low, and that's it. There's no filters. However, symbol list. You must come to symbol list, add existing list, and I scroll down to find sectors. And in the sectors, we have S&P 500. I enabled the S&P 500. It's right there for you. You just check that box, and you're on your way. I can see by looking at this box currently that the market might be bouncing. Yeah, look at that. There's a green candle. We got things making highs. Still waiting for Alexander to give me a time frame, and we can look for those green bar reversals. Oh, you already answered it. I didn't even get to it. I've been filtering on volume. 1 minute. Let's forget the 1 minute altogether for 2 reasons. One, I don't recommend it as a trader. I've seen too much. I don't recommend 1 minute. 5-minute is perfectly fine. Also, we don't really scan as well for 1 minute as we do for 5 minutes. So let's focus on how you would do a green bar reversal. So we'll take a new alert window. You said the key operative word is reversal. We'll start from scratch. New high. Oh, excuse me. New 5-minute high. So I'm going to type in 5-minute. New 5-minute high is going to be our event. We add that alert and we enable it. New 5-minute high, but we're only going to want to see it after it has reversed. Let's say, let's call it 4. You can always change it, but 4 down candles on the 5-minute time frame. How would we do that? Go back to search, and the operative word is consecutive. 5-minute consecutive candles. You can see we do have 1 minute. You might be able to reconstruct this with 1, but we're going to use 5. Add that filter, and here is how we do it. Negative 4 5-minute candles. That tells us the stock was down at least 4 candles in a row. Well, if we couple that with a couple basic filters like a $5 minimum price, maybe a relative volume of whatever you wanted if you wanted. Volume today, maybe at least 100,000 shares. And with that, you could say 5-minute green bar reversal. And let's look and see what we're getting. So we'll take my chart and go to the 5-minute time frame. GBT, well, you look at that. Okay, even though that's a green bar, it's still a net change negative, so don't get hung up on that green bar. Net change negative again. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, really 5 net change negative bars, and then we got a new 5-minute high there. So that looks like the kind of the fundamental guts of it, and I can take and share this as a cloud, and you can use this as a starting point. And I can drop this in our chat. 5-minute GBR, green bar reversal. That's for Alexander and anybody else that wants to play around with those concepts. Good question. When will TD Ameritrade be added to Brokerage Plus? I don't know if it's in my Brokerage Plus yet. It's coming. We are literally testing it now. We have live accounts which also include Thinkorswim. A lot of you might be happy to know that Thinkorswim is also TD Ameritrade, and it's all coming together quickly. It's been kind of a race between a couple different brokers. They both have the green light with our API, but one of them is moving faster, and that is TD Ameritrade. I can't give time frames. I'm not even in that department, and even those guys in that department hesitate to give time frames because they're often not reliable. Things can pop up. Okay, let's see. Where are we here? How do you look for your stocks? What scanner do you use? I like to use slow-paced things that are. Let me give you an example. If you heard Barry talking about HOG, Harley Davidson, that's the kind of pattern I look for right there. Just imprint your eyes on that. Okay. There's a lot of things going on here. We had a nice gap after earnings, big volume. Look what happened. The price hardly gave much back of that range at all. And before you know it, the 10-day moving average came up from the rear and supported it and kind of gave it that little saucer look. That's about as ripe. I mean, if I was picking fruit, that's about as ripe as I'd want to see, just literally falling off the tree right there. The problem is the market action we had yesterday gave us a giant gap up and a slam down. And then today, that's true colors. I believe its true colors are showing. So if you could literally forget that red candle yesterday and insert that green candle for there, that's the kind of stuff I look for over and over. And it's also in our E-Trade swing book. If you don't have a link to that, you can ask for it. I don't have it handy at the moment. But our E-Trade swing book, my chapter talks about this. Now, I found this on my A table. I've got one that goes up to higher volume, higher price stocks, and this one keeps prices under $25. Actually, I'm sorry, I found this on another scan. But nonetheless, this is not bad either. Here's a nice gap higher. Here's some pullbacks to the moving averages. This SAVA could be interesting if I was in the mood to start building a portfolio again right now. And I'm not really in that mood because of the volatility and the backdrop of what's happening out there. But I will share this with you, the A table. It's just a curated list of ideas. Nothing on here is saying buy it now. You have to look at each stock individually under its own merits and look for something that kind of resembles that HOG chart, moving sideways after a big push and letting the moving averages catch it. This is the A table junior. If you want to add higher price stocks to that one, you would just go to the filter for price and increase the maximum side. Okay, here's a little fun one. I did this earlier today. Again, you guys see the buy tag there. I mirror all my trades in my other 401k account in our Brokerage Plus account because it's a wonderful little trade management vehicle. And it gives me the ability to just kind of look over and see where it is. Talked about Contrarian earlier when I showed you the buy tag in DraftKings, how I added to DraftKings down there. Well, I also bought PRTS. PRTS, let's talk about that one for a second, all right? PRTS, look at that chart right there. This was the trade of the week 2 weeks ago, excuse me, I believe. That was a beautiful looking chart. A little volatile, pushed higher. Hey, day traders had some fun in that one. And then earnings came. If you wanted to gamble into earnings, you were welcome to. After all that volatility back and forth, there was the earnings. Well, this morning, you see that green line? I set that green line as an alert to tickle myself and alert myself, poke myself, whatever you want to call it. Hey, day and a half. Remember I talked about the day and a half? Things start to reverse after a day and a half. Maybe you want to be a buyer down here, Steve. Why don't you just set that alert? And if it goes off, take inventory of what the market's doing and decide on the fly. Well, I did. I decided on the fly. I sat a little bit of pain this morning, but it was okay because I thought I need to see how it closes by the end of the day. So far, so good there. So those are the only two purchases I've made. I did get out of one earlier. There you go. You can see the sell tag in that one. I didn't really feel like sticking around in ride, but it's having a lot of volatility as well. A lot of volatility out there, guys. All right, let me see if I'm caught up over here. Good stuff coming in. Okay, so that was for Sarah. Keep an eye on AGen. biotech, pharmaceutical. I hate to take biotechs and pharmaceuticals home, but this one doesn't look bad, but it's probably going to run right into that blue line, the 50-day moving average. Okay, Asia's got a question. I'll keep an eye out for it. It's about target in B plus. Can you demo setting the target using the filter using the 20-day and showing how that display in the B plus window? Well, I don't think we can use the 20-day moving average as a target. You're going to have to manually do that yourself. When orders are sent, they are sent with 1, buy order, and 2, a stop order. Simple targets can be set, like, hey, I want to sell the stock if it goes up 10%. I mean, let's just take a look here and see if I can get into that. If I want to edit trading strategy. Okay, so order details. Risk management, I'm sorry. So target, okay? So if we go to target, and I know you're looking at filter, I assume that we can't do that, but let's just say distance from 20-day, a change from 20-day. Let me start over. If it's possible, this is how you would do it. I've never tried it, and I know trailing stops are difficult, and I might have been confusing trailing stops with targets. So let's just kind of forget what I started off on here, and let's see if we can figure this out. Change from the 20-day SMA in percent. This is what you're going to want to use right here. So the filter of our target is going to be the change from the 20 SMA. But most importantly, this offset, which is currently grayed out, is where we want it anyway, 0 cents. So if the price is 0 cents away from the 20 SMA, ideally this would be our target. So let's try something here. Let's see if it works. I'm going to click OK. And what I'm now going to do is I'm going to enable this as my default chart long strategy. Okay. And let's find something as an example that might be coming up under its 20. Do you have an example for me, maybe? Let's see. Let me, if I could just think of something off the top of my head. Perfect. There's Tesla. All right. And there's the 20-day moving average right there. So if I set a buy right here and use my buy button, and I go to buy Tesla right here and get a fill, is it going to pop in? Is it going to pop in that? Okay, there it is. Okay, so it purchased it on the jam down positions. I don't see a target up there. Yeah, see, I don't see a target that was sent either. So it doesn't look like that worked. And I'm doing this in simulation mode, so I'm going to sell this now. I don't want it to disrupt my other stuff. You might want to send in a ticket on that and just double check me and see if I'm wrong, Asia, but that would be how you do it. And I just tried to emulate it, and it didn't look like it really worked. We saw that our buy price came in. We saw that our stop price came in, but I didn't see a limit sell pop in there. And I think the reason is the system just isn't allowing 2 sell orders and one buy order to go out at the same time. What I do is manually make the trade, and then I come in and I just pop a sell order up there and activate it, and I can adjust it as the simple moving average adjusts. Okay. Green bar ignore is something that looks for green bars and ignores them. So let's say we're looking here at TSLA, green bar, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 green bars. Let's say this one becomes a red bar and then completes that red bar. And 5 minutes in the future, a green bar takes out the high of that red bar. That is what we would call a green bar ignore, or a red bar ignore in this case. And the way you get to those is File, New, Premium. These are RBI and GBIs. Red bar ignored on the 5 minute is what I was describing right there on the Tesla chart. If that 5 minute closed and we took it out again. Confirmed, it's the same set of ideas, but it's waiting for the signal candle that closes above the red bar to only to not trade above it. If you wanted to trade above and get an instantaneous early alert, you use these. If you want to wait for the candles to close and you're one of those, you use these set down here. It's a momentum. It's an intraday momentum strategy. Some people like it. I don't pay much attention to it. It's not in my repertoire. Okay, so filtering for volume and volatility on those. I mean, it depends on what you want to filter for. What do you want to filter for? I mean, ideally, you type into the search tab the keyword you want to filter for and see if it's in there. Is it possible to set up a simple alert to trigger once an 8-point EMA? We only use SMAs, crosses above the 20 SMA after a 30-minute. So we might be able to be close if I just go to our basic configuration here and say, hang on one second, and say, okay, 8:20, there they are, 8 space 20. It looks like we can do 8 SMA crossing the 20, but the most we can do it is on a 15-minute candle. We cannot do it for 60 minutes. So, and what I'm doing there goes for, everybody that's wondering, can Trade Ideas do this or that? You just go to the symbol tab and type in the keyword and see if something pops up. So that was for Steve, my namesake. 8 and 20 SMAs we can do, but 15-minute is the max. Okay, yeah, we hit the... Again, Alexander, if there's a specific filter you want to add to that, let me know. Can you look at a K and check my... Forgot what we were talking about there. Oh, in the auto order. Yeah. Again, regarding the auto order and the sell at the 20 SMA, I would really recommend sending an email to info@trade-ideas.com and see if it is possible. There's somebody who works for us named Michael. Michael would know if it's possible. He's the one who can overrule me when I'm 90% sure something can or cannot be done. Okay, so great question Babu was asking. I'm super happy to answer this one. The question is regarding using the AI for entries and managing your own exits. That, in my opinion, is the proper way to approach this. The AI has good ideas. Sometimes you can even get a better entry than the AI. But let's just take a look and see what's going on. Let me go back to my 15-minute time frame because that's what I'm going to talk about. Perfect. My God, look at that. Okay, so just like on the daily chart when I showed you HOG hog, we now have an intraday. It's a fractal time frame, and it's all the same. It all lines up the same. WES, called out by our AI right there in blue, a little bit of back and forth, never stopped out, but don't pay attention to the stop. Again, our entry and our value is right here. Thank you, AI. I will manage it from here. Even though if it were to come down and trigger this stop line, we don't care. Why? I'm going to show you what you need to care about. You need to care about the 10 simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. This is where we talked about earlier. It's the binary trade risk management. Look at what happened after a gap up, sideways action. The moment that moving average caught it, the price kicked into gear. This means there's more buyers than sellers, and they're panicking that they're going to run out of time and they're not going to get a better pullback. You might as well jump in, and this is the moment of truth every time. This is the moment of truth. So this is to you, Babu. This is how you manage your AI trades. All right. Let's see. The AI, I think, has already gotten out. No, the AI still is in for no good, for whatever reason. That's good. The AI is still in. A lot of times the AI gets out too soon. Let's look at the next example on the short side. I believe we're going to see that. Yeah, the AI. Okay, here's our entry. This is the point of value the AI is giving us. Forget this. Forget the stop. Forget it. All right. AI is just picking its best point available that we can determine for a stop. But what I'm saying is human and machine working together, you as a human managing the risk are going to do a much better job managing this trade. Okay, now we're going to the downside. Down, boom, we're immediately in profit. We go to fresh lows, we're happy, we bounced up. The AI got out here, oh, profit save. The AI said, I want a profit save, I don't want to give any money back, so forget the way the human might manage this, I'm going to get out. Well, the human's going to look at this and say, all right, where's that moving average? Well, in this case, it's darn near close enough for government work, as they say. It's just riding that moving average back down. Whether it closed above or below is a penny or two, it's up to you. It's a judgment call. But I would stay in this trade. It looks like it still wants to go lower. Now, if it pops back up and closes with a nice green candle definitively above our SMA here, then it's time to get out, and you've milked the best of the trade you could. You got the most you could get out of it. But the important thing with trading is to try and let the ones that are working continue to work for you. And if you pop out of this thing now because you're getting impatient, which happens all the time, and this thing floods back down to lows, you're going to be pissed at yourself for not being patient and not managing the trade accordingly. Good examples there. Okay, so this one is a short and it bounced out here. Look at this. So here's the moment right there. That candle definitively closed above our moving average. And look at, for everybody who's stubborn, and even AI Holly is still way up here saying, oh no, we'll just manage it up here. And in this case, you say, no, I'm going to get out here and cut my loss. And it's not even a loss. It's still a winner. You're just literally, profit saving yourself. So hopefully that helps a little bit over there. There's always abundance of examples when you go through. If you just use a 15-minute chart and a 10 SMA and use simple trade management. Okay, we got that. Can you walk us through setting up 3 green days, positive close higher than the previous day? That's super easy. So for that one, again, you would just go to do a top list window. And you go to consecutive in the search tab. Consecutive candles is our operative word, and we're in days. We're doing days right now. Hold on a second. I got to chat here for a second. Okay, so days, we'll add that filter. And you wanted to see 3 up days coming into today, I believe. I missed that one too. Change the color of the blue volume bars to green. Okay, we'll get to that one. Okay, so up 3 days, positive change, close higher than the previous. Okay, so all you're going to want to do is use this filter and add 3 days right there. And that's all you're going to do. So everything, when you add that filter, everything you pull up is going to have at least 3 positive days coming into today. Somebody's asking me about the candle colors on the volume. So you would go to the chart and you would go to indicators. And if you have this version here, you'd go to edit. If not, you have the version, you would go to modify chart indicators, find your volume, there it is, and just look for the modify colors. You can change it to whatever you want. All right. Color, we did that. Jody, if I'm already in a trade and I want to move my stop up, how do I do that? Great question. Let's do that. So we'll take my position in X here. It's a core holding. I've had it since way back here. I'm going to say I want to add a stop order. And I assume you already know how to do that because you asked me. You just right-click on the position, and I'm adding it manually, and there's our stop order. So it's a great question into how cool this feature is. As soon as I get control of my chart here, I will show you. It's basically just a drag and drop. All right. Once we have identified that we've got a hold of the line, which is, here we go. There it is. My cursor just changed. I'm going to hold the mouse key down. I'm going to say, whoa, that was way too tight. I didn't mean for it to be that tight. Let's drop it down here just below, a little bit of wiggle and shake below that red bar. Release the mouse. The order has been canceled and replaced. That's all you have to do. Drag and drop will cancel and replace those orders. And of course, Andy, this is the moderator's blues. We go into the whole description here only to see that one of our moderators have already answered your question, but I gave you the visual, Jody, so you should be good. Thanks, Andy. Great. If I could just read faster. Can you send me that link? Which link were we talking about? If there was something you wanted me to send you, Jody, let me know. I'm lost on that one. Okay, Babu qualifying. But if the strategy is active, how can Holly avoid, how to avoid Holly getting me out? Great question. Another great question from Babu. All right, so let's look at Holly AI. Actually, no, it's in the positions tab. So in the positions tab, once you've got a position order open, you just right click over that position. All right. And then it's called, what is it called? Time stop. It's called modify time stop. Because what's happening is, Babu, the AI is going to have a time stop. And that's the first thing you're going to want to do to get out of it. The second thing you're going to want to do, if you are in what's called moderate mode, is you can change that in these settings right here. Okay, if you're turning on, if I look at Holly Neo and I just want to trade Holly Neo, I would right click those and I would enable those 4 strategies, which I'm not going to do. But in the long trading instructions, this is where you're going to make sure that you are detached from AI. You want to make sure that you send your orders, and this is the perfect answer here, in moderate mode. If you're sending your orders in conservative mode, then you're going to constantly have to do what I told you the first time. Detach the time stop and detach all that stuff. Actually, let me rephrase that. You have to do both. If you're not in moderate mode, Holly's going to sell you out the moment the AI wants to get out. All right. If you're in moderate mode, you're not going to get out until the AI lets you get out, meaning you're going to have to get out. However, that modify time stop thing I told you earlier, all of these AIs, even in moderate mode does not mean take the stock home with me. Moderate mode means we're going to get you out 10 minutes before the bell regardless. So if you want to take the stock home, that's when you right click the position and modify your time stop. If you want to make sure that you're completely detached from the AI the moment your trade is entered, this is for you right here. Edit your trading strategies and make sure you're in moderate mode. That's all you got to do. The 3 days uplink, okay. Yeah, I just closed out of it without really doing anything. So, I'll just do a new top list window. We didn't do much to it. We went to search. We went to consecutive days, enabled it, and said, give us everything with 3 up days in a row. Now, you're going to get way too many returns. It's defaulted to 100. So I would recommend you go in and you configure with relative volume, other things to try and shrink this list down to have not so many returns, because there's probably another 200 in here that aren't even being shown. We max out at 100. You can change that to 500, but we don't recommend it. All right, so I will share that as requested. All right, there you go on that. Resize my windows here. Let's see what's going on. How about that PRTS, Andy? 1 minute you're mad at yourself, and the next minute you're the smartest dude in the room. All right, I do believe we're caught up then. Our EV chart somebody's telling me about. It's revving. Our rev is revving. Now, if you're somebody who's not in for the long haul, that's a pretty darn good move. Look at all that space between the 10 moving average and the current price. That is a really nice move. It could give some of that back, and I'm going to tell you what, this 200-day moving average is likely about ready to have a say in it. We saw a stock chart earlier that was doing the same thing, blasted through the 200 and then pulled back. So this is the moment in time when you want to jump up and raise your arms in victory. But if you've got a full load, you should probably be selling a third or a quarter or a half, in my opinion, unless they just discovered the cure for cancer. All right, all caught up. Let's see what's happening out there. Got way too ahead of ourselves yesterday, didn't we? All right, if I missed any questions, let me know. Let's find that one caught my eye twice. We talked about Saba earlier. It's not a bad looking chart. What I would do is probably come right here, maybe give it a little head start and create a price alert. And if that triggers, that could be interesting. But that's my process here. Just kind of go through a couple times throughout the day. CLF is probably consolidating. One might be one to keep an eye on. I'm already long X, US Steel. There's our friend, the trade of the week. Well, that's interesting. What is this all about? Ooh, very low float. Yeah, no thanks. This thing's super thin. Pass. GoPro coming back and filling a gap. That can always be kind of an interesting play if somebody was looking for something, but hasn't touched any of its moving averages down there. Nope, that's interesting, but too thin. Only 93,000 shares. No, thank you. All right, let's see where we are. Joanne, hi all. Question. Am I watching live? Yes, you're watching live, Joanne. If you have a question, I'm going to be here for another 15 minutes or so, then Barry's going to come in and take over again. For the 3-day consecutive you just set up, how can we only get green instead of all? Okay. So you mean green net change on the day? Toronto, you would use change from close 0.01. It depends on only green instead of all green on what time frame. You just have to delimitate what time frame. Change on the day. How about Levy? Could bounce off the 10. Let's take a look. Well, this one has had a nice 2-day breakout already. Remember, I like that day and a half move. Good, decent move yesterday and kind of follow through, and we're into this lunchtime of today. I just start to not to trust things after they've made this much of a move. That's all. However, let's assume that you're in it and you're trying to stay in and maximize your profits. Yeah, you're just going to watch this moving average. If the price closes below this moving average, the momentum from yesterday is probably starting to die off, and that's when you want to get out. Okay, so yeah, at the close. So you would just say, you would take that scan. Let me try that again. Still not in there. There it is. Okay, so you would take that scan. First off, let's look. Change from the close in percent. Look at that. And that's all the junk that you don't want. You see the coloring has been associated with change from the close. So if you double click and sort from there, you're going to get a nice color palette. But how do we get to where we don't start to see these guys down here? You go to configure, change from the close. That's probably actually already in there. Change from the close, 0.01 and above. Nothing in the negative column. Okay, okay. And there you go. Stops right there at 0.1. I'm going to have you do that on your end this time. It's super simple. And you can scroll back and look back on these so you could watch me do it again. All right. If dollar amount and hold time are both set in auto trading, how is it manageable? Which one triggers first? You shouldn't be able to set both. You should only be able to set one. If you have set both, then whichever one occurs first, and if that allows you to do that, then whichever one occurs first would be the one that would trigger, and I would certainly hope that the other one gets canceled. Unusual social activity. Yeah, you'll start to get some bleed through on different scans. Momentum, relative volume, low float, social. Everybody's talking about it now. So yeah, it's going to come through on the social filters. Look at this. It seems like it's starting to maybe run out of a little steam here. I get really nervous if I'm holding a full position and you've got this much space between the high, the current price, and the moving average way, way down here. All right. My system locks up a lot of times when I do this broadcasting. It's kind of annoying. There we go. IWM been really holding up strong. The Russell 2000, the small cap stocks. Silver's just trying to find a reason, I think, to hang on. So this is that parts that I told you I bought earlier. Now here's a day and a half to the downside. Okay, now it's flipped. So if you were short, this would be the bar that you'd want to be getting out on right here and preserve your short sell. Now everything's flipped. Now I'm looking right here. I need this as the day wears on to hold and have that be a supportive price action indicator instead of a repressive. Is social activity window pop up by default each time I open? It sounds like your default layout incorporates that scan, which may mean that you started off on the channel called social media channel, and then wherever you are, if you go and you do save layout and you let it save as your default, that's going to be your starting point layout. So a lot of people will use a channel and then pop into a channel theme that they like, and look at that EV related, make that their default, and then they start building new scans and adding on top of that, accepting from something from the cloud, such as what I just did there. All right, we're caught up. I'm going to be here for another 5 minutes or so, I'm guessing, with you guys. So you got me for another 5 minutes until Barry gets eager to pop back in. How's that other one that I added to doing? Okay, so there's the day and a half down plunge. Added to it right there, anticipating it would break above. Thankfully it did. Now it's doing what I would hope, kind of coagulating, congregating sideways above that moving average that will hopefully become supportive. I think I'll do a quick sector scan here. Home builders. Oil. That's why S&P is strong. Oil is big breakout from those lows. Russell 2000, we spoke about that. This is the strongest index on the board, the small caps. If you guys like playing small caps, the backdrop is relatively advantageous for you right now. The wind is at your back, I would say. Another energy ETF holding strong after a big surprise pop yesterday. For whatever reason, I still don't have my finger on it, guys, but for whatever reason, a massive portfolio shift happened yesterday with the NASDAQ no longer leading us and the S&P becoming the leader. Interesting. Banks, another component. As I said, financials and banks. For whatever reason, the market saw the election current news as positive for banks and the S&P, as well as energy and oil. Silver, I'm very bullish. Silver and gold still. Handwriting's not quite on the wall yet, but looks like it had a nice recovery bounce yesterday and trying to work off of that. Banks, commercial real estate, agriculture, steel stocks. That's why I'm in X Steel and why I mentioned Cliff. CLF may be ready to be looking good. So Rev was suspended, huh? Rev was halted. It depends on what kind of halt it was. Halted for news? Was it halted for volatility? It doesn't look like it was halted for volatility, does it? Let's see. Well, here's the thing. I don't like playing things that get halted. I don't like them at all because you're stuck. You're literally stuck. You just got to wait for the prison bars to come off and hope that you're on the right side of whatever changed when the trading was frozen. It's been a long time since I've been on a stock that was halted. Actually, no, it's not been a long time. It was yesterday. It was Urban. URBN was one of those lucky holds that I had. You can see I sold the rest of it today. I sold some of it yesterday. It was absolutely going bonkers for whatever reason. And up here, it had a volatility halt. And when it unhalted, I got a worse price. It just seems to be the way it always is. If you go into a halt, get ready to have a worse price coming out of it. I don't like them. I avoid them if I can. Elfin was the worst halt. Was that recently? Oh, I don't remember that one. Kodak has earnings today. People are crazy to take that one in, but go for it. Every time I take a stock into earnings, I get punished also, it seems like. All right, well, I think Barry's probably going to show up here anytime. That was a couple years ago. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Agen breaking out. Let's see what Agen looks like. Yeah, nice break, but I tell you what, it's going to have a real hard time right there at that 423 level. The 50-day moving average, I predict. Hopefully it gets there and you can see. APR 414 ready to move. If it can get back above this 200-day and this declining 20-day, that's the first couple of hurdles it's going to need for sure. Let's get rid of that stop. So we just highlight and hit delete. Do you want to delete? Let's try that again. Highlight, delete. Yes, cancel the order. Bye-bye. All right, any last questions before I say goodbye for the Tuesday session over here? Still waiting for Barry to just let me know so I don't close the feed down and lose everybody. I think that happened yesterday by accident. And there he is. Okay, guys. See you next time. There will be no webinar today, by the way. Our webinars are canceled this week due to the test drive support Appaloosa. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, what is Revline? Okay, finally did pull back from 1350 all the way back to. These are big percentage drops. Excuse me. Boy, Wes is on the move here. I mean, this is really, really on the move. Pipeline transportation. Where are they out of? This is really, really on the move. I mean, it still has some room. I mean, look at that weekly chart, 1197 up here. Maybe a little stalling there. 1110 is the high right there on the weekly chart. Yeah, it was halted and now resumed. Yeah, it did get resumed. I see that now. I see we have some of those SPACs. Yeah, more acquisition companies, corporations, all at $10. Yeah, look it up. What's a SPAC? SPAC acronym. Look it up. Boy, look at. I mean, this is just super strong. So in the similar, so we have Rattler. I remember Rattler I haven't seen for a while. RTLR, TRP. These are all gas stocks, pipeline transportation stocks. TRGP. But this is the king right here. WES. I don't know what specific. Oh, it's an earnings play. No, that's all you have to do is look. So it's an earnings play. That's why it's also moving. Hello, Mike. Does it run? Check the, if you right click, okay, if you right click, configure, just see if the relative volume filter is there. If it is, then it won't run. Actually, post market, it probably runs. I don't see why it won't run. I don't know. I've never tried it post market. Best thing to do, take one of them and, well, try it. Try it. In the pre-market, if it has the relative volume filter as one of the filters, it won't run in the pre-market. Post-market, it'll run unless there's some other filter there. You know what? I haven't looked at that one for a long time. No, it's only stock twits. It's only stock twits, Aussie. How can you tell if you're in Trade Ideas Plus? That's a question I've got. Okay, well, first of all, Siggy, are you part of this test drive or are you a current subscriber? Are you part of the test drive? Can you hear me, Siggy? I mean, I don't call it Trade Ideas, but I call it premium and standard. You have premium if you have access to the AI. Other than that, but if you're part of this, if you're part of the test drive, you have access to everything. So I'm just waiting for an answer from you. Oh, is that you, Doc? Oh, you're okay. Okay, you're Siggy in one room and Doc here. Okay, I know. I would not have guessed that. Okay, yeah. Well, you have access to the premium service. If you don't have this window open, you should open it. The strategy trades all. In here, then if you have this window open, does it say strategy trades all? I mean, is this the exact window that you have open? I'm assuming you can see my screen. Yes, no? You have this screen or not? Where it says strategy trades all. If you don't, I'll show you how to open it, but okay, now you're ready. Okay, do you have this? So when you say now you're ready, what does that mean? You mean now you're ready, you've got this screen open? Or now you're ready to hear me? What does that mean? This is all of them. It's not which holly. Don't worry about the hollies, okay? Don't worry about hollies. New, click on new from the toolbar. Click on AI/holly strategy trades window, okay? It's all of them. It shouldn't matter which one, okay? Just have them all up. Bus stop. Okay, Doc? I mean, here are the alerts from, all three hollies today. Who cares where they come from, right? I mean, I don't care. All right, can you show how to open this? What do you mean by this? I'm trying to, this is a question in YouTube. What do you mean by this? Are you talking about the strategy trades all window? I'm responding. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on new. From the toolbar, click on, you can see my screen, I hope. Click on new and then AI/holly strategy trades window. The reason you do it this way, instead of from the channel, is that you can have this is the important window. This is showing the alerts all day long. And then you can actually take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. It's just there every day. You load your layout, here it is, wait for the alerts to happen. Instead of going to the channel bar, which is going to limit you because then you'll be on, if you want to follow them all day long, then you have to stick on that channel. Most people will want, if they've got the premium service, will want to have this window. And then they might have some, little strategies of their own that they are, windows of their own. You either take some of mine or you create your own. Because I mean, you're gonna find you don't get that many alerts all day long. I mean, that might be all you want. If it is, great. But most people would like to have a few other windows. And so you create your layout, then open this, save your layout with this in it. Look at EBIX. EBIX. What's the market doing right now? So the Dow's up. Nas was weak yesterday. I didn't realize that. But I mean, with all the communication stocks getting hammered. SPY was up and the Dow was up. But SPY is down a little today and the Dow is up. So a little disconnect going on. I mean, these, communication stocks and look at ZM. Holy smokes, what did it get down to? 366. A little $30 pop. Meanwhile, Mesa continues, little minor pullback there, and then on the 2 minute, and then continues. Relatively low float, 31 million in the float. Well, I mean, okay, the big advice is, always obey your stop. Doesn't look like, I mean, it's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, right now the stop's at 31.55, so that's, almost $4 away. That's not an issue. I mean, I got out of the trade here because I wanted to show that you can, that flatten was working. Plus, I had too many trades in here, so it was getting jumbled. Normally, I'd still be in that trade in the simulator. But, I mean, I'm always one. I mean, it takes a little pullback. It depends how many shares you've got. I mean, if you can always parcel some out. On this move down here, I would have been probably taking some out right here. But I mean, it's still a viable trade. I'd always be looking at, now yesterday's high is skewed because yesterday, of course, when the market just ripped right off the bat, this had this stupid. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. So I mean, it had, the market was going crazy. I'd almost disregard this. Okay, so there it is. There's the high for today. That's 36. It's above the highs of this instead of that, that topping tail. Remember, the market was going crazy yesterday. Then the next thing I'd be doing is taking a look. But you see, I'm not much of a swing trader. So I mean, this could keep going and going and going. I mean, my crystal ball isn't that good. But if I look at this, to me, probably some resistance, between 38 and 30 and 40, right here. Still has and last month, 37.20. So what did it get to today? Got up to what, 36.58. So, you'll be contending a little bit with last month's high, 37.36. Now, I don't know if that's advice, but those that's what I'd be a little wary of to see, how well can it get through that? And will it just kind of stall and then start moving back? But I mean, had I been in at 33.95, there's no way in the world that I wouldn't have sold some here. That's me personally, though. I'm more of a, I don't like to see. I wouldn't want to see. Even if it came all the way down and then tomorrow was back up to 38. I'm just not that type of a swing trader. Now, others in the room who have got hog, they might have a completely different take on it. Well, I don't know when it was. When was that? When was I know? I have no idea when that was. I mean, it had an upgrade. You're right. It had an upgrade and earnings. Oh, was it a previous stock of the week? I don't know. I don't know. We've had so many now. He's been doing that since, I don't know, 3 years at least. So in theory, that's, 150 of them. I don't remember them all. VLY, this Valley National Bank Corp. Look at this thing move. And it's not a low float, 392 million in the float. Yes. So Joy, to answer the question was, can I open a chart window that is not linked to others? Like the SPY. Obviously when I click on an alert, all these time frames change because they're all linked. Pink sheet stock, yeah, that's what I thought. So only two options in the charts. If you right click the chart and go to properties, and where it says symbol linking, it's either checked or it's not checked. All right, so it's either checked. So again, right click on the chart, bring up this menu, go to properties, and symbol linking is either checked or not checked. So obviously you uncheck it if you don't want the chart to change when you click on an alert. I'm always game for a new scan. Any way to click a top list window and add a symbol onto it? No, not exactly. Now, okay, I haven't gone over the heart function at all. Okay, so Joy, all you do, I know it's not intuitive, but once you do it the first time. So if you left click on the chart, okay, left click on the chart, so that Trade Ideas knows that's a chart you want to be on. And then just start to type. When you start to type, hopefully this little change symbol box will pop up. And then you can click on change, or you can hit return on your keyboard. So if you left click on a chart and then just start to type. Okay? Now, for others, if you're doing that and it's not working, so instead of after you left click, instead of typing, hit your space bar, and then the change symbol box will show up. So if you really just, okay, I haven't gone over the heart at all. Okay, the heart. If you click on the heart in a chart, it gets added to a symbol list automatically called My Liked. There's Wisa on the move again. Okay, so it automatically gets, so you'll notice here, if I right click, configure, summary, I'm sorry, symbol list, there is something called My Liked. And it's automatic, you didn't have to create it, it's called My Liked. And every time you click on a heart, it goes into this symbol list. So you could take that symbol list and then attach it to your top list window. Problem is that the only way to get rid of those symbols is by going back to the chart, which is not the worst thing, because you know, if you go back to a chart, you might think, oh, I don't want to have it anymore, and uncheck the heart. So you could attach then the My Liked, who asked the question, Jay Chicago, you could attach that My Liked to that top list window. Yeah, you know what though, the problem with that, yeah, We need another option here. Like include the following lists instead of only, because the problem with that is that when you do that, then which might be all you want to do. If that's all you want to do is follow your liked, the ones that you like, that's fine. But what you're trying to do is on the fly. You have a top list window with like here's a top list window. Wait a minute. So here's a top list window. No, I want these symbols in here, but the minute I do this, configure symbol list and just check, check only the following list, then I'm going to not have all these symbols in here. So no, unless all you care about is on the fly seeing stocks that you like. Okay, guys, I'm a little interested in the WISA. 354. Want to see it clear that 200-day moving average again. I mean, it had a nice pop through it, pulled way back down, but it looks like it's on the move again. And again, it's that low float situation. It is an earnings play, so it'll still be pretty active. What did it get up to? 3, almost 4 earlier. Okay, so I just see Fluidigm as an example in that scan reel. So Fluidigm, so it's a 38.2 fib retracement. So I'm supposed to be thinking that this could bounce at some point. That's the theory, right? Really? I didn't change it. I just literally took it from the link that you, I took it from this link right here. How's that possible? Well, that's not it. Oh, okay. I thought that was it. Where it said, here it is. Okay, I mean, my English is not that great, but here it is. And I'm not being mean to real. Okay. Keep an eye on the WISA, guys. Definitely keep an eye on the WISA. It's struggling to get through that 200-day moving average, but if you look at the volume, look at the volume. It's going to be 110, 120 million by the end of the day. But look at this. Look at this. That's why we wait. If you want to know my trading style, that's why we wait. I put an alert right there. I was going to wait for it to take it out. It didn't take it out. I didn't anticipate. And look what happened right after. Yeah, and the volume was pretty good. Oops, wait a minute. The WISA, the volume was pretty good. Well, for me, it's the 200-day moving average, 348. Okay, it's right there, 348. I mean, look what it got to. I mean, just a little bit above it. 353, and immediately pulled back. Was just sort of resting underneath it, and then had that drop. For me, it's got to clear that 200-day moving average more importantly. Are you talking right here? Okay. So where are you taking the trade? I mean, it's so far. I mean, yeah, it has bounced, but it has only bounced a penny or so. See, for me, I look at this and I go, okay, yeah, it's bouncing, but we're talking $9 right there, and there's the high right there, 908, only 8 cents away. I mean, me, I'd be having to wait for it to take out that high before I did anything. I mean, it's only 8 cents away, so it's not you're not giving up too much. So I don't have that at eight. I have a low right there of 897. So maybe we're not looking at the same thing. And there's the low, 897, not 885. All right, so I have a question: how to save a strategy. And have you seen this video? Because it covers all of that and more. Okay, all the things you really should know about B plus. Have you watched that video, the intro, the Brokerage Plus intro? Because it covers all of that and more. Because you might have more questions. Okay, so I would really, really watch that, okay? I'm not trying to slough you off, but I think that it's a great video that was done by somebody who really knows the ins and outs of Brokerage Plus. And, it's going to show you other things that you may not have been aware of. So I think it's well worth watching it. Okay. Okay. I'll get rid of the other one. Okay, I can definitely show you how to do that. So the question was from the YouTube room, how to copy a scanner from another channel to your layout. Okay, let's do it. And I haven't gone over this. This is actually a good time for me to go over this anyway. Let me just check on one thing here before I open up a channel. Give me a moment here. Okay. So let's open up a channel. So the question was, if I see a scan in a channel that I like, how do I add that to my layout? So let's take a look at the stock surging. So this one, that's okay. That was the, actually what was here? Actually, I can't remember what was here, but I obviously didn't have it pinned. Anyway, so let's just say I want the action is heating up. And I want to add this to my layout because I've examined the filters. Maybe I've made a change. You can change it. It says the price between 1 and 1,000. How about making it 1 and 30? The minimum volume is 50,000. I'll make it 400,000. I mean, I'm just making changes. You can see how these have changed now. So if I'm satisfied, I don't have to make any changes, but if I wanted to. Now, right click and save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save. So you can go through every single channel and start to do that with scans that you like. Then bring back your layout, load your layout, and then file, load from cloud. There's the action is heating up, and load it. All right, so now there it is with your layout, and then save your layout again, with this in it. That make sense? I can do it again if I went too quickly. Now, what did I have here? You guys can help me. What was here? It wasn't another chart. Oh yeah, it was a chart. It was a 15-minute chart. Just a moment, please. Okay, I'm back. Okay, but Cyber, I've really asked you to not load it from there. It's way easier if you do this. I mean, I can these depends on your time zone. I mean, what I do with my computer is I put it. My computer is set to New York time, or East Coast time, and so is Trade Ideas. I'm on the West Coast, but I just find it easier. Okay, so these times are all East Coast times, even though I'm in Vancouver. Okay, but don't use the Omni strategy channel. You go here, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, and then you've got this window, and that has them all. I mean, I mean, you can have your time zone. You can click on tools, options, and time options. Okay, so now I've got it says local time, but my computer is in New York time, so that's why it's thinking. That's why it's and I just find it easier to keep everything in New York time. When people talk, so when people ask me, well, what time did an alert happen? I just say, well, it was 9:56, and it's always, East Coast time, Eastern time, as opposed to, well, it was, there's Central time, there's Mountain time, there's Newfoundland time, there's, I mean, there's all these time zones. So I just find it easier for me on my computer because of what I do to keep everything on East Coast time. No, I haven't given up on WISA, guys. I mean, that might be one of these late ones. Come on. It might be one of these late ones. I mean, it did this. It just didn't want to get through that 200 days. So I haven't given up on it. Want to see if this takes this out later on in the day. I mean, such a low float, such huge volume for it. And it is an earnings play, so it should still be active all day for the rest of the day. So I guess the Apple event is happening, or has happened. Somebody said it was a minute ago, but that was 30 minutes ago. Well, I mean, if you set, if you, I mean, you can set your time zone for what you want, your local time. I mean, that's what I'm saying right here. Tools, options, time zone. So you can set it. Just find your time zone in here. And as long as I mean, I'm pretty sure your computer time, your computer clock, is probably your local time, right? Yeah. So you're going military on me. So I mean, I don't have it in the military. No, that's okay. I mean, but what one? What one? Give me the name of the stock. Okay, so Wes. So the entry was 1028, and it exited at 1255. You can do the conversion. Yeah. So you're 5 hours. Okay, how will you know? Well, if you have, well, not before the entry. No, no, you'll know as the entry. So that's why what you should do is put a sound alert. Right click on that window, actions, and then play sound, and then set up a sound alert. So you'll, and make it unique enough so that you know that that's an AI alert. Okay, that makes sense. You know how to do all this. Okay, so put a sound alert on this. And now, if you want, I don't because I like to sort on this column here, but you can sort on the entry time if you want, and so you'll see the last one right at the top. If you want, it's up to you. I mean, I used to do it that way. I just like to sort on the stocks, the top stocks of the day. But the thing is there's not so many alerts. So, and what'll happen is when we do get an alert, you'll hear it, and you'll also, even if you sort it on a different column, you'll see it flashing. All right? And then you'll see the time. I mean, again, it's not like there's so many alerts that you can't immediately identify, what the last one was. I mean, I can just really quickly, I know 11:40 was the last one. Yeah, Joy, unfortunately, you cannot do that. They did that for me, especially for me, making it large and dark blue so people could see it better. It's just not an option for yeah, the you at home. Okay, so the question was, can we change the font size? So when you change the font size, it changes all the font. And you can't sort of pick a window and say, okay, I want this to be one font size, this one another one. So if you're fine with that, in order to increase the font size or decrease it, if that's what you want to do, click on from the toolbar, click on Tools, Options, and General. All right, and then you see where it says Fonts. So here's where you can change the font size. Obviously, the bigger the number, the bigger the font. You can pick, the style, and if you really want to see it, you can bold it. Now you're asking about the single stock window. That I'm not 100% sure on if that gets affected. I've really never thought about the single stock. I don't know if it affects the single stock window. You just click on the columns. You just double left click quickly. All right. So if I double left click, that sorts the columns and every single window that we've got. Okay, so you just double click quickly, left click. So yeah, I don't know if this changes when we do this. I've never thought about it. If that changes the font size, you can try. So if you go through what I did, go to the tools and options. I'm talking to somebody YouTube, and the general, and then the fonts. Change it and see if that does change the single stock window. Let me know. I've just never done that. The reason I don't want to do it now is because it could screw up everything for me. Okay, right now, so I don't want to do it now. I know there is definitely not, something you can do from within the single stock window. But it's a real-time alert, okay? It is a real-time alert. I think you're getting a little too hung up on not getting in right at the penny. It didn't change. It's too bad. You know, I mean, look, if a stock is racing higher immediately, there's nothing you can do, no matter where you see it, okay? Oh, you can enter a trade at any time. Anytime. You know, but I wouldn't get so hung up, and you know, you get an entry at a real-time entry at 10:28, and you look and you try to get in and it's at 10:30. I mean, these are not meant to be, you know, getting 2, 3, 4 cents a trade. But you know, I use this like a watch list. You know, earlier on in the day, I wanted to take this candy trade on a break of 6. You know, and because I was doing a lot of other things, I kind of missed it. But it went from 6 down to what, 579, 580. Not fantastic, but it had a chance to keep going down because based on the. That's why I was interested in it on a break of 6. So even though the alert came at 6:35. Yeah, if it I haven't seen any lately, but if it what time is it now? 1:43. I haven't seen anything lately. But yeah, if it exits a trade, you're going to hear it's also going to give you that alert, and it's going to flash kind of that amber. And the exit is always in that conservative, or if the stop gets hit. I manage these trades on my own though. I don't auto trade anything. Okay, I mean that's just me. So the only ones I would have taken today, I only like the ones under 20. You know, that's just my personal preference. You know, West was certainly would have caught my eye. This one, as I told you, and this one on the reshort. I mean, the reshort was awesome. Well, that's too bad this wasn't shortable. Yeah, look at Revlon, 1337 down to 870. Glop, I love this name. Glop is an earnings play and is glopping down. This is almost, I mean, not quite a lifetime low. Right down there is a lifetime low, 141. No, because you get the watch list. You don't have to auto trade the AI alerts. You know, without the premium, you won't see these. So I mean, I don't mix up auto trading and then the actual alerts themselves. You don't have to take them all. You can, you know, I mean, it's just me. I mean, you know, some people might take them all. I have a personal preference. Boy, this WISA is really jumpy. So watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to take a conditional buy alert, okay? 354. So watch what I do. I'm going to go 300 shares. I'm going to put 354 in both boxes. Okay, and I'm going to buy. So if it hits 354, it's going to take the trade. Now let's see. Let's just see if that happens. You can see right on the chart. Now, if I want to move this, I think anyway, didn't we go through this before? Oh yeah. Yeah, I can't move it for some reason. You'd have to literally go into execute or orders and cancel and then redo it. Don't know why we can't move it. But anyway, So this is what we'll call a conditional buy order, taking out a certain level that you're interested in. You could have also, for those of you who like to play have pullback plays, you could also say, okay, I would like to take this trade if it pulls back to 317. You would have done exactly the same thing, put 317 in both boxes, click on buy, and you would have seen a blue line down here. So you can use this for conditional buys, either breaking a higher price level or coming back down to a level that you want to get in at. When you go to execute your executions, it says it executed it. Yeah, but if it didn't, orders are different. The executions are going to tell you if it executed it. So for whatever reason, it didn't take the order. Why don't you just do it manually? Maybe the offset, yes, do it manually. I mean, you because it didn't really matter. I mean, you can see West right there. Just do it manually up here. Okay, I mean, all you have to do is click on the symbol and it's going to show up there anyway. And then you can do it in a more manual fashion. I mean, I think you were just doing this, in the simulator just to try it. After you're in the order, well, before you're, yes, I mean you can manually add in the stop order, knowing what it's going to be though, not guessing. Okay, so you get into the trade before you get into the trade, you know where you're going to place your stop. I mean, you can do something like this. Okay, $20 charge per month. Yeah, it's hard for me to 7,000. That is a small account. Yeah, I know there's a movement afoot maybe that IB is going to somehow have free trading, free commissions, but with no data plan charge. But yeah, right now it's hard for me to advise you, Jay Chicago. I mean, $20 a month. I don't know if that seems excessive. I really don't know. I mean, it depends how successful you are trading. In that case, $20 a month is really nothing. I mean, it's less than $1 a day. I don't know. 22 trading days in a year, so it's less than $1 a day trading. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Okay, I'm going to show you something that maybe chart long $100 risk. Let me just do something here. I want to see what the trading strategy is. Risking $100. VWAP stop. Okay. This is what I don't like. I don't like the stops that you can pick. And here's my offset is, okay, 10 cents. I've put a target of 50 cents. Okay, so this is what you can do. You can create your own strategy. You see, I haven't really talked about these buy and sell buttons on the chart, buy and short buttons on the chart. You can take one strategy, say a long strategy, and assign it. See, check default chart long strategy. So now, when I click on an alert, click on the buy, it's going to take the trade. No, look at Wes, man, it's really giving it up now. And if I clicked it right. Okay, so now it's going to take the trade at 10.52 if it got down there, and with $100 risk and a stop in place. But it looks like it's not going to get there. I haven't used that buy button in a long time. There we go. So it just took the trade. So why did it take 447 shares? Because there's my stop price. There's my entry. Okay, and I'm risking $100 a share. So if I subtract these two and divide that into 100, I should get about 447 shares. All right, so it's still open. Okay, so I think what has happened here, I'm surprised it is still open, to be honest. In this particular strategy, it's probably a long hold period, all right? However, I'm very surprised that an algorithm has not kicked in. So where did Billy come from? Let me just see where it came from. So not a double bottom. It is a yeah, so not a double bottom, and it's literally a hold till 3:30, okay? However, I am very surprised that, let me just back this up a bit. I am very surprised that it is not out of the trade because there is another algorithm that kicks in. So yes, in theory, this is not, well, the Billy trade is a hold till 3:30. What are we now? 154. So in theory, it's a hold to 3:30. But there's an algorithm that kicks in that says, you know what? And the stop has not been hit either. I mean, there's a stop, 45.81. But generally, there's an algorithm that kicks in that says, you know what? This trade just isn't working. It's taking too long, and we're not going to wait A for the stop to be hit or B for 3:30 to happen. Okay, so I'm surprised. I mean, I can't answer it, but usually there's an algorithm that kicks in. We added these algorithms, well, a few years ago now, because what would happen is the AI would take an alert, and the stock would shoot up, okay, but it hadn't hit like this, what I call, quite frankly, an artificial target, or the hold period, it hadn't hit. Let's just say it took a trade. It took a trade and it started to move up, and the hold period was supposed to be an hour, and we're only at 45 minutes, and it's high, and then it starts to sink, and then it goes down to the entry, and it actually, by the time an hour kicked in, you'd have a loss. Nobody in their right mind would trade like that, right? I mean, I mean, at the very, very, very least, you'd want to get out flat, but you should always take some profit. So we put an algorithm in place that, okay, a stock that pops up and starts to move back down, we kind of go, uh-oh, we better get out of this trade, even though it's before the hold period and the so-called target has not been hit. I'm surprised. I am surprised that an algorithm has not kicked in on this one yet. I mean, listen, it's possible that it could, fall. I mean, I take it you're short this, but I mean, well, okay, actually, look at this big blue. Let me just see what happened. So the entry was 42.80. And then yeah. You see, when it got down to 42.70 and then it started to move here, at this point for me, I'd probably be out of the trade. Then I could always reshort it if I really, thought it was worthwhile, but I'd probably be out of the trade. So guys, listen, it is Tuesday, and there is a marketing meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays that I attend. So they're at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to attend it. There might be some interesting stuff going on. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still around. Look at meds, guys. Speaking of, look at meds. Look at the volume that just came into meds. So I will. I'll be here. I can answer if I'm not too tied up. I can answer post-wise. I just won't be able to answer audio-wise. So let me just start the Zoom meeting. Poor old Zoom. All right, guys, I'm back. Long meeting, and I'll just be wrapping up the room pretty soon too. So, listen, to answer your question, who asked the Cyberg. Well, you can't know. I mean, unless you're actually looking at it, you'll never know what the last flash is. But just look at the exit time. Okay, I mean, your exit time is going to tell you when the last exit was. So, and again, there aren't so many alerts that you have to wade through 100, to find them. So, just take a glance at the last exit. I can tell right off the bat. Last exit was what at 220, as an example. To answer that person's question, I can't remember who it was, wondering why. See how it finally got out of the Billy, BILI, on what we call a reduced risk. I'm surprised it didn't get out earlier, but it, finally got out, even though it didn't have to wait till 3:30, didn't get stopped out, finally said, enough is enough. We're reducing the risk in this and getting out. Okay? Guys, I just want to also, for those of you who are still interested in taking this test drive, somebody in the room, okay, Jeff, yeah, that's right. So you see, that's what I was talking about, the reduced risk is getting out before the stop or the time stop, the hold period, just because saying, you know what, enough is enough, almost. So an algorithm does kick in, and that's what happened there. So guys, if you want to take out anybody who's in the room right now and is interested in doing the test drive, you'll have 8 days, the little balance of today, but you'll have 8 days. So it'll go to the 20th. It'll still cost the $8.99 for not for 2 weeks, but for 8 days now. And you'll have access to our full premium service for the 8 days, and not much more I can add. Yeah, the filter for, if you're talking about, no, somebody asked about the filter for exit in B+, no. I don't know when that's going to work. You're talking about like a trailing stop and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, so no. Guys, I have a bit of an eye on this Corsair. It had earnings today. It's up a little bit, 3.8%, had earnings, nice volume. It's not a very low float. Anything about Corsair. I actually got a mouse by them and I have a mouse by them anyway. But, I guess this is all to do with gaming, and if we really think gaming seems to be certainly a hot sector. So this was their first earnings since they went public. They went public back here on September 21st, the week of September 21st. So this is the first earnings result. And so today it was interesting. Sold off, but it's come right back. So, this area here takes it out. It might be a second day, third day continuation on earnings. Ah, NIO, yes. Now, well, yeah, for sure, NIO was the trade of the week. Spectacular one. Still valid, I mean, to a certain extent. $22 was the trigger. This was about 3 weeks ago. So when was it 22? So it was right here. The infamous day, the next day, when JP Morgan put the big price target of 40 on it. They gave a big juice to that whole China EV sector. As we're talking about Arna. Wow, $14? Really? 90? Yes, I guess. Yeah, I guess it would have been. All right, guys. I usually wrap it up at 3. I'll always stay around if there are more questions. Otherwise, I will wrap it up at 3. And you asked, I know it's quite a while ago now. I don't know if you're still in the room. You asked about a high of the day filter. This is in the YouTube feed, or any closest filter to the high of the day. Did you understand what I was trying to say using the position and days range? Oh, you're welcome, Julia. Thomas, just looking to see if that person is still in the YouTube feed. Maybe I can help him. So tomorrow, there weren't quite as many questions today. So that was the trade of the week, Scott. And again, if you want to sign up for it, I would suggest that I think this is the last link. No, that's the test drive link. Okay, let me just put this link in. So if you click on my homepage, oh, you just got it. Okay. Yeah, so you just click on my homepage link and right there. So you can sign up for the trade of the week. And that was the trade of the week 4 weeks ago. No, so in succession, we had NIO, we had PBI, which turned out to be a great trade of the week also. We had PRTS, which on one day was a great trade of the week. Now, you understand that PRTS and PBI, 2 and 3 weeks ago, these were days where these were weeks where the market was just going down, 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 down. And then last week, the prudent thing was to go cash, based on the elections and things like that. So we went cash, and then of course this week, I think Hog has performed pretty well. It is still, whoops, let me get the Hog in here. The trigger was what, 32.95? 33.95, 32, I think it's 33.95. So what did it get up to today? I mean, it got up to what, 35, 30, almost $36. So I mean, you can trade the trade of the week as you see fit. I mean, if something gives you a great pop intraday, I mean, hey, you can trade it out. I'd be watching this level here. I mean, there are a couple of levels that it's got to get through. And if it gets through, I mean, still has some room. Good stuff, Jody. Glad to hear. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up. So we'll do this again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, and we will see you then.